name's Host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Spanish People, and I'm also sometimes called History's Most Important Man. People have debates. Is it me? Is it Jesus Christ? Is it King Arthur? Some people think it's Alexander the Great. This stream is entitled Let's Review the Afterparty, because this is both an afterparty and a postmortem. Good morning, darling.
Good morning, handsome.
How you doing?
Good. I'm interested in this live stream.
Let's review the afterparty.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just this second started it, and obviously, in the aftermath of big crazy mushroom trip, there's a little post-mortem to be done. So,
What happens?
last night, I was like pretty in the throes of my mushrooms, and accordingly, uh, made some mistakes I might not normally make. Like an imposter came in, and I interpreted him as the actual person because it's what happens when you don't update your data set very often. Like, so I read one thing that a guy put and not anything else in the chat, and then just respond to that on certain assumptions. But I don't really regret having been fooled because that was a very useful drill / exercise for me. It made me consider what it would be like with that, thinking it was actually like this, if somebody was responsive to what I had said and smart enough and serious enough a thinker to actually come and engage me about the subject and have to come to terms with the reality of things. That didn't happen, but it was good for me to process that possibility because it's never happened before. Hi, Guilt. It never happened before that somebody who's been type policed / corrected by Eric has benefited from the understanding of it by becoming less wrong, right? Instead, people are simply defensive, either ignore what I'm saying, give me some kind of pushback that's predicated on what they want rather than what is, etc. So I'd never even considered the possibility that what would happen if, like, I type lead somebody like Renaud Conti, and instead of just being married to his interests, as everybody seems to be, he was smart enough, aware enough to go, oh shit, he's right, What if that were to happen? And the answer is, it would look like the exchange I had with that imposter. So it was good practice. Obviously, I don't like it when people come in impersonating somebody else, and it's even less do I like it if they successfully fool me. But for that to occur, last night's example of that was as least bad as it could go, I guess.
Because it wasn't really him?
Well, I mean, that because normally if an imposter fools me and I treat them as though they were that person, I'm going to feel like I did everybody a disservice. I did the person they're impersonating a disservice. I did me a disservice. I did the community a disservice because I wasn't vigilant enough about something I should have been more vigilant about. But with last night's instance, I don't have as much regret as I might otherwise because yeah, well, zombie, like I said, I was deep in my cups last night, all right? The harder I'm tripping, the less I'm checking the chat.
Yeah, that was something that like pretty much everyone like started to understand. Like everyone pretty much was like, he's tripping. He's not reading the chat.
Yeah.
You know. Um.
So,
So how did you figure out it wasn't him?
well, after I was done tripping and was started to read the chat,
Ah.
Winston's mom pointed out a couple things that were very convincing, and I realized, oh, I don't, I guess I just, you know, thought, I bet this probably is him, and just went with it
Went
from
with
there.
it. Yeah.
Went
Yeah.
with it from there without checking or anything.
Because you were
It was a
high
nice
as
fake.
fuck.
It was a good fake, but in his engagement with words with me. But it should have been an easy fake to spot because there was an account that had just been made like a day ago.
It was like an hour.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like Renault Conti with a period in it. Why wouldn't he use his actual channel,
Yeah.
etc.? But I wasn't there to worry about that kind of stuff, okay? I was there to do the noble and important work. Well, it wasn't that I was practicing anything. Like if that were to happen, the conversation would have gone exactly like it did. You know, everything I was saying about the necessary prerequisites to doing correct intellectual work or valuable intellectual work at all was all right, you know? And it is the case that everything also I was saying about the travesty of education that it produces PhDs like Renault Conti and convinces him that he's qualified to do work on psychology because he has a PhD when while at the same time educating him in none of the necessary skills to actually do that work. Now, that is true. Forget about last night's exchange entirely. Uh, that would be true before last night's exchange. It is true now. It's always true. So, uh, I did an excellent job, I thought, last night of hammering home to the imposter the need to have certain skills before, like for example, it is the case that the actual Renault Conti said, right here, thank you, Zombie. He did say, Eric, he would be happy to have a chat with you. Does not need to be a debate. And so, in the comments on one of his videos, right. Well, I'd be happy to chat with him, but the challenge we'd have in this conversation is what I was articulating last night. Not only is he not ready to have a debate with me, he's not ready to have a chat with me. He's ready to sit, take notes, attain remediation and instruction from me. And in no way, shape, or form would it ever be productive to converse with him about cognitive functions because he has no fucking idea what he's doing. So instead of him being happy to chat with me, he should say, I'd be grateful if you'd teach me because I'm clearly completely full of shit. But nevertheless, I have no problem chatting with him, except that chat would need to be predicated on the right frame of reference, you know? If he thinks we can just have a civil exchange about cognitive functions and both share our thoughts and that be worth anything, it's not worth anything. Anything he would say would just be, to the extent people listened to it and took it as potentially serious, it would just be misleading. I mean, the point would be, why have that chat? Is it because I want to embarrass him? I don't want to embarrass him. Is it because I think he will benefit from the chat by approaching it with the right mindset? I don't think that's going to be the case. I think instead it would come with a reasonable expectation of two people in the same field having a conversation about the field that they work in, except he's not actually doing actual work in the field at all. Well, I guess the point would be, he said like he'd be happy to chat with me if I were to reach out to him to do so. But I don't want to ambush him, right? Like I don't want to misrepresent this conversation as going to be some civil exchange between two people working in the same field, when in reality it would ultimately be me trying to get across to him the scope and scale of the responsibility he's undertaking when he's saying words to people about core identity issues like this, and how reckless it is to be publishing content as though one is a competent professional in a given field, when one is so ill-equipped to do the work that they don't even know how utterly incompetent they are. So like I said, I don't want to ambush the guy. I don't want to misrepresent. I don't want to contact him to pursue a conversation with him in a way that misrepresents what that conversation is going to be like, you know? And like I said, I don't want to embarrass him. And it wouldn't be necessary for me to have the conversation for him to concede the frame going into it. I agree, it would be a condescending thing to expect somebody to concede. But I wouldn't want to invite him to a conversation where he's going to get something very different than what he expects. Because in the best version of how this goes, that would go down, it would go down as a socially aware, F-aware lecture slash gentle scolding that hopefully opens his eyes to how one would have to, like, what skills one would need to have in order to possibly do good work in this field, and how starkly he's lacking those skills. Yeah, okay. All right. All right, well, maybe when I go back inside, I'll write him an email and say, I'm reaching out to you. It's usually like to have a conversation about typology, but I don't want to misrepresent, like, my framing of this question. I think both that you're wildly wrong and entirely unequipped with the necessary skills to do intellectual work. And if you want to have this conversation with me, my interest in having this conversation is opening your eyes to this reality. And so, in that sense, there's another way in which the conversation with the imposter was valuable. Is like if I were to have a conversation with him, I already know in full. I've already practiced saying some of the major themes I need to cover. Like one of them would be operational definitions, making distinctions that other people can use to make distinctions as well, versus making distinctions that only you can make because you don't have any operational, you don't have any operation to execute that other people can do as well that successfully draws the distinction in a way that makes it meaningful because it's like for example, how do we know that's not a rock? Because it's breathing. So in that case, you'd say one operation you can determine to use to determine whether something's not a rock is to check for breathing. If something is breathing, it's not a rock. So you'll note how that differs a lot from a definition that says something like a rock is a hard thing that is naturally occurring, blah, 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 blah. Those kind of definitions are not useful unless they have elements in them that easily convert to an operation. Glad I came here. The philosophical pondering always enriches my life. What is a rock? Well, that's the point. Is it's hard to to come up with an operation for something like that. It's easy to come up with an operation for how can we eliminate something from possibly being a rock. So like I was saying about bouncy balls last night. It's easy to come up with a criterion to exclude something from the set of bouncy balls. It's very difficult to come up with a criterion that is that successfully produces no false positives, no false negatives. Because simply being a ball and bouncing is inadequate to make something a super bouncy ball. Eric has the answer. I don't have the answer to what is a rock, but I do have some answers as to what is not a rock. So, what I would, one thing I would point out to him in this conversation is that until you provide like understandings of the distinctions you're making that involve operationability, you're not doing any intellectual work. It's important to remember that we define things in order to do something. So if I define introverted intuition as a repair function, then I'm only actually saying something if there's either an implicit or explicit operation that not just I, but other people as well can use to determine whether something qualifies as a repair function. So, whatever quality he's attributing to NI that he understands as repair, he'd have to have a meaningful way of saying like, okay, so we check for this thing, and we note that we apply this check to all the functions, and we note that NI is the only one that meets this criterion. Like, for example, how do I know that that guy over there is up to no good? If I know it because I've seen him be up to no good before, it's SI. In other words, if it's knowledge stemming from previous experience, it's SI. If it's knowledge that does not stem from any previous experience, it's NI. That's an operation you can execute on any example of knowledge and use that to distinguish between NI and SI. I'm ready to go back inside where I can see the chat better. So that would be one matter I'd cover with him is, and this really is, it would be a remediation conversation, right? I'd be explaining to him stuff that, after a year of fifth grade debate, my incoming sixth grade debaters understood, but he with a PhD does not. So I'd have to go over really basic stuff like what is framework, what it empowers us to do, what it prohibits us from doing, how it cascades down. That'd be one matter I'd have to cover. And obviously, I'd also need to go hammer home the point of, okay, you're an imposter, so. Well, like I said, normally I'd be much more annoyed by having been fooled. Granted, when I take that much mushrooms, I'm a less reliable, less reliable about intuiting stuff like that. But he doesn't have a system, and my explanation is not my system or my model or anything. It's the correct articulation of things. Like, Einstein may have come up with relativity, but relativity is not his system. It's the correct articulation of how properly understanding inertial observers impacts our understanding of time as relative rather than absolute. Whereas, say, Joe's random ideas about time, space that don't include any relativity, that's his system. Correct things, they aren't created, right? They're discovered. And that's, the correct articulation of cognitive functions has been slowly, meticulously discovered over time by a rigorous process of correct reasoning and understanding how to use language to accomplish things intellectually. He lacks those abilities completely. So just like Dave Matthews creates his songs, those are Dave Matthews songs. They stink of Dave Matthews. But truly transcendent songs reflect none of the personality of the creator at all. The creator themselves could not begin to articulate how they came up with that shit because they didn't come up with it. They discovered it. Same thing here. Yes, Renaud, he has something you would call his system, I guess, but it's not a system. It's just he has his bag of farts that he likes to smell. Like, when you say you know both systems very well, there's nothing to know about his system. That suggests that he's actually done some kind of intellectual work when he's done none. He's not only has he done none, it's literally impossible for him to do any because he doesn't have the requisite skills. Joe is the analog to Renault. So Einstein discovered something and then successfully rendered it as an explanation so that other people could understand what he had discovered. Joe created something. Accordingly, it stinks of his particularism. Dario Marty hasn't proven anything at all. Again, he's somebody who doesn't have the skills to execute the process correctly, so all of his empirics gathering is garbage. After all, how is he determining, for example, like Bob comes into Dario Nardi's workshop and says, I, Bob, am an ENTP, or I, Bob, just tested ENTP on this bad test. And then Dario Nardi assumes that, in fact, that is that person's type, and he interprets the results of his brain scans accordingly, without ever having any means of cross-checking the idea that this person is an ENTP to begin with, right? if you aren't, like if I say, well, let me make some observations, data gathering about redwood trees. I'm going to look at all these redwood trees here, but whether or not they're actually redwood trees is a complete crapshoot. Some of them are, some of them are cedar trees, some of them aren't even trees at all. Well, then, no matter how thorough you are in gathering data from all these examples of things that might be redwood trees, you're wasting your time, right? Okay, so think about it though, right? The brain scans determine the person's type because the brain scans have revealed that this activity here links to this function, right? So how did they determine that this activity here links to this function rather than some other function? How did they determine what comprises prompting an instance of somebody using a function? How does it go about successfully prompting examples of receive functions versus successfully prompting examples of deliberation functions? How does he distinguish between which kind of deliberation function it is, since the mechanics of it are the same? It's the deliberative process. It's just the criteria against which you evaluate that deliberation is different. So what's the most important thing to recognize here is to remember that we use language to do things. We define things to accomplish things, right? So if before going in to scanning people's brains, you don't have an understanding of functions that's both comprehensive and structurally, that includes the necessary structural exclusivities, right? If you don't get, before you start doing brain scans, that action functions put information, then you couldn't possibly be looking for commonalities of put functions. If you don't get going into the thing that receive functions, knowledge functions receive information, the deliberation functions get information, if you don't understand that The deliberation and knowledge functions are epistemics, that is to say, ways of determining and knowing things. Then how could you possibly successfully prompt an instance of those things so that you can measure what it looks like? You can't. He can't because he started doing empirics before he did the necessary intellectual work. Those empirics are not going to be useful at all because to successfully generate empirics like that, you'd have to have successfully done the necessary intellectual work in the first place. So that's the long and the short of it. Since he's not right about functions at all, he's not going to possibly interpret any potentially informative data from his brain scans in any way that makes it informative. So, like, let's say Dario Nardi thinks Fi is a repair function. Well, then presumably he's going to look at some brain scan activity and say, well, this represents a person engaging in repair. So let's say he's prompted repair by insulting the person and having them process that insult and repair emotionally from it. And then he sees some brain activity. Well, he's going to identify that brain activity as NI, even though it would most likely represent FI, but more significantly, it's the linkage hasn't been established strongly enough to do any kind of test like that and see it as informative at all. Okay, well, socionics is, look, again, there are no good ways to do it wrong, okay? And there's no benefit to being a garbage comparer. So we're not well served at all to say these people who've executed the process wrong and therefore guaranteed that whatever conclusion they've drawn, whether they might happen to be correct in some universe in some ways, or if how you interpret it or whatever, it is always incorrect for us to afford that any attention because we can already eliminate its utility in that we recognize it didn't get where it was going via the right process. And process integrity is the key. What we can't do is think that we'll go fishing and later get a fishing rod, bait, tackle, etc. And that's exactly what Dario Nardi is doing, right? He decided to go fishing before he's acquired bait, a rod, or tackle. Accordingly, it might be the case that he somehow manages to wrangle a fish on shore. But even if that were the case, it's not instructive at all about whether he's a good fisherman. And most importantly, it's like, let's say your goal is to watch somebody catch a fish. You absolutely should never go watch him try to fish, because even if he can manage to wrangle a fish on shore by luck, like with poking the water with a stick and something that the fish grabs onto it and throws it on shore, it's obviously a terrible risk-reward calculus to invest time and attention and energy into paying attention to what that fisherman is doing when he's not even fishing. What he is doing is wanting to acquire a fish. And And anybody can want to acquire a fish, but only those people who have some basic level of skill in fishing are at all likely to do so. Well, okay, again, thing to note is that I guess what you're not paying attention to what matters, right? Like, so the way that socionics and I disagree 100% is that I'm capable of and consistently do articulate the correct articulation of what comprises a mechanical distinction, what comprises some kind of observational, correlation, what comprises a value, what kind of values there are. I explained that, in fact, attention expresses as put, get, receive functions plus interface, which is a form of putting plus receiving. I point out that there are exactly 4 fields upon which attention occurs: external physical, external metaphysical, internal metaphysical, internal physical, etc. So when you're saying like we agree on things, you're not paying attention to what matters. If socionics says a strawberry is a strawberry because that thing is a citrus fruit and that's what strawberries are, and I say that thing's a strawberry because it's a strawberry, we are not in agreement about anything, because the part that matters is not the claim as to whether it's a strawberry, but whether or not that claim has been warranted properly. So we are 100% in disagreement, socionics and I, because I understand that a claim is only correct when it's been substantiated correctly and represents the outcome of a correct process. The actual specifics of the claim might be argued by somebody else as true for reasons other than your wrong reasons. But if your wrong reasons why this is true are your reasons for that, then you are wrong in your articulation of it being true. Because my job is to do my very best to negate that thing and say, even if it is correct, you've not established that. And so we should not affirm that. The way we test and validate these kinds of systems is to subject it to as much stress testing as we can, and only after it's successfully withstood our most energetic, vigorous attempts to negate it, then we acknowledge that that is a position that can make a truth claim, right? Because it's a process thing. It's like I was saying last night how about forgiveness. This very correct and very insightful observation I had about forgiveness. That in Christianity, they say that, well, they don't say, but it's suggested that forgiveness is the highest virtue, and that justice is the highest value. So I then pointed out that some people might believe that Jesus will forgive you your sins even if you don't repent. But that is not true, obviously, because and it's not because maybe Jesus doesn't want to or something. You could replace Jesus with a person in general too. But it's that it's logically impossible to forgive somebody who's not repented. And we can see this okay, again, Renaud Conti does not have a model. He has random metaphor and bullshit that he's pulled out of his ass. So, anyway, we can see how it's not possible. It's logically impossible. Well, it's not logically impossible. But it doesn't make any sense to think that one could forgive an instance of something for which there's not been acknowledgement of the wrongdoing by the wrongdoer and some repentance for it, or at least acknowledgement of it. And the reason is, you can see in this example, let's say I'm a bank and I've lent money to somebody. And I want them to repay their debt. Well, I say to them, can you repay your debt? And they say, what debt? I never borrowed any money from you. So at that point, the debt is in dispute. The status of whether or not that person actually owes you money has been disputed. That dispute needs to be resolved before you can even say for sure that the debt exists. Obviously, it can't be forgiven until its existence has been resolved. And the existence of it cannot be resolved until and unless the person who owes money acknowledges that they owe money. Now, it may be the case that the bank can use the courts and such to compel repayment without that person's acknowledgement, but that's what court is. It's a way of forcing acknowledgement on perpetrators so that restitution, and also, though it doesn't play out like this in those kind of cases, but also forgiveness can then thereafter occur. The point is resolving the issue in dispute, namely the status of the trespass as yes or no, comes before either kind of thing, justice in this case meaning like restitution, paying back what is owed, or forgiveness. So both the virtue and the value to be upheld are predicated on something like acknowledgement, repentance, or at the very least, resolving the status of the disputed trespass. No, I mean, I agree with you that my explanations of things are realized enough to begin working shit out. It's also the case that if you attempt to incorporate other things that haven't displayed that process integrity into, concretizing practices that produce reliable outcomes, et cetera, then it's not like predicating your concretizations upon the correct articulation of things would be well served at all by including some incorrectness as well. And of course, with socionics, like I said, you cannot determine the things that socionics says that ought to be given any weight, because in order to make that determination, you'd have to have confidence that the things they were said were executed via the right process. In other words, it doesn't matter whether socionics calls a strawberry. What matters is whether or not they allow you to successfully determine what a strawberry is using their operation. And so whatever concretization of the idea in terms of like reliable tests or like brain scans that are informative rather than just garbage, or whatever thing you want to do, you're going to be reliant for that thing to be effective, to actually do what it's supposed to do. You're going to be reliant on these very things, operations that are executed to draw distinctions, and that can be reliably assumed to always produce the right result. Since socionics does not do the work properly, it provides you no operations that you can reliably execute to make any distinctions. So this is not being needlessly TI or something. What I'm telling you is that the idea that you could concretize these ideas into something practical and reliable is correct. The idea that you could concretize it from something that doesn't give you any of the necessary tools to concretize it is incorrect. And I'm of the mindset that it's very important that we treat typology as though it were something serious. In other words, like, we wouldn't tolerate slapdash process integrity if he were a lawyer representing somebody in court. We wouldn't allow it because in court there's an understanding that justice is a process thing, that to get the just outcome, that defendant must have access to the complete process, and that whatever outcome happens, we don't determine whether it was just based on like factual guilt. We determine whether it was just based on whether the process was executed properly, in which case it's a just outcome, even if we think it's the wrong one. So typology is like that. A lot of things in life are like that. If you do the process right, results will take care of themselves. And if you do the process wrong, results will also take care of themselves. So no, it's not possible to do any kind of worthwhile work predicated on socionics at all. One of the best things about cognitive function, and something I rarely think about or talk about, is how incredibly informative, how like collaboratively compatible debating cognitive functions are. And by debate, really what I mean is dialectic. The correct using of language to do its noble work by executing the process properly. Like, there's no conceivable way that I or anybody else would ever be able to articulate correctness about cognitive functions without the skills that one develops and practices in debate. It's not possible um, because the because of course the only way I was able to do this was by understanding how to do the process of being correct about things and executing it reliably over the course of years. And the thing is, I don't care how big of a smarty pants you are or how impressive your CV or anything like that, you are at a substantial disadvantage in pretty much whatever field you're working in against anybody who actually learns how to do intellectual work with language as one does in debate, who actually learns all the mechanics of of how people get from point A to point B intellectually via case making, what's required to establish and sustain a given claim, what comprises adequacy for definitions, the extent to which definitions cascade down under one framework, but have to compete against a different framework with its own definitions, and how those definitions don't need to compete against each other on the other's framework, but can. All of these things are it. This is what if education was decent, responsible, a good thing rather than a horrific holocaust of rights violations, then that's what people would be taught. Because of course, everything else that like SI kind of knowledge that's put into people is only useful if you have those skills. And like you can see clearly what happens between me and Renault. He has written 3 books full of garbage and is entirely unaware of that fact because he thought he could do intellectual work without learning without any of the skills necessary to do intellectual work, without learning what it means to do intellectual work. He thought that for good reason, because education taught him that when you write a paper, it qualifies as adequate even if it doesn't withstand scrutiny argumentationally, provided it displays familiarity with certain terms of art and or consistency with a given instructor's worldview, interpretation of things that's itself arbitrary, that's good enough. The fundamental idea in like the liberal arts in the university is that that it's a good idea to have all these expressions of I guess like reification fallacies. So, for example, capitalism critiques are a reification fallacy, pretending as though capitalism is a system that does something. And that's very encouraged. But you could also say that like I don't think it's super encouraged in those kind of environments is that you you seek to defend a metaphor or a some statement like corporate mechanisms, corporate machinations comprise an ongoing assault of the poor. Obviously, when you start with that title, I already can tell you there's absolutely nothing of value in there, right? It's just metaphor, reification fallacy, and a failure to do any actual work. That kind of thing is encouraged in psychology in the university. You've got a basic paradigm that says here are a bunch of different ideas, some of which comprise explanations, others comprise descriptions, others comprise just pathologizations or misidentifications of one thing as another. And because psychology is not executing these processes correctly, there's the paradigm that all these different ideas, it's good for you to be presented all these different psychology ideas because none of them actually has primacy. None of them comprises the top level frame of psychology. And in fact, such a thing doesn't exist because, you know, you get to decide, are you going to be a behaviorist or a a like a union, or are you going to be a a nurturist who assumes that whatever's going on right now links to some deep childhood trauma or childhood wonderful thing? A reification fallacy is where you attribute things that only agents can do to a non-agent. So like if I say, you know, the gay community is at it again with their gay agenda. Well, the gay community is a term that we use to refer to the collective whole of gay people. But if we're going to attribute like agency, we can only correctly attribute that to individual gay people. You could potentially attribute agency to, say, a political action committee, and that wouldn't be a reification fallacy. But what happens in like those essays is they attribute agency to capitalism, late stage capitalism, or they attribute, or like Jordan Peterson attributes agency to postmodernists. When in reality, such a group of people doesn't exist, even though you can point to segments of the population who share a common wrongness. In no way, shape, or form does that common wrongness mean that those people are behaving as a singular agent. Corporations do. That's what a corporation is. It's a legal fiction that affords agency to a commercial enterprise rather than a person. This is a safe space. I'm not gay, but I am queer. Okay? I'm queer for Rachel, and I'm queer for quaintness. That's why sometimes, every once in a while, Rachel and I go berry picking. So, forget what I was saying at there. Charity is the greatest virtue. Forgiveness is to free yourself from the weight of the hate. Well, no, charity is definitely not the greatest virtue. So we can prove this in no short order. If if you forgive a debt to somebody, let's say there's a debt of $1,000, and you forgive that debt, then that person doesn't have to pay back $1,000. If you give the person $1,000, then even if you give it no strings attached, there's some kind of debt incurred. So when we realize that charity incurs a debt and forgiveness relieves one, it's easy to see why forgiveness is the highest virtue. Because the thing is, with charity, you have to assume an outcome that you don't have to assume with forgiveness. Like, the reality is, some anthropologists went down to like the Amazon, visited some tribes that hadn't been visited before, and charitably gave them a bunch of things like lighters and clothes from society and cooking implements and stuff. But that did not make that tribe's society better, did not make the lives of those individuals better at all. It entirely upended their worldview and left them now feeling like they were at the shittiest end of modern life people rather than thriving in their own way. The people who gave them those things, they meant well, but that's why it's not conceivable to have a virtue where you have to predict how your impacts are going to play out in order for you to assume it's good at all. With charity, you have to predict the impacts of it. With forgiveness, you don't have to predict any impacts because it produces exactly one impact. That person can choose to take advantage of you forgiving the debt and not pay it back. They could say, no, I am still going to pay it back. I don't care that you forgive it. Matter of pride, I'm going to pay it back. So that's why forgiveness is the highest virtue and definitely not charity. In fact, it's questionable whether charity is a virtue at all. Because, of course, charity always puts the other in the position of the supplicant and accordingly extracts in exchange for whatever benefit that person receives, dignity in return, you know? Right. So it is in fact extremely selfish, right? Right? It's like I'm going to make myself feel good by exchanging benefits to you for your dignity. With forgiveness, the whole process was initiated by the trespass of the first person. So in no way, shape, or form can it be framed like that. Charity is like market displacement by social programs. There are many reasons why we ought not do that stuff. Not just negative market impacts, but negative impacts to the people who receive those benefits. For example, if they're means tested, then you've just incentivized them staying in poverty. If it's if it's in-kind benefits, then it's another mechanism of incentivizing staying in poverty, because you may be reliant upon those in-kind benefits. For example, subsidized housing. It infantilizes the people who receive those benefits, and it's predicated on the assumption that it's good for them to not hold them accountable for their own upkeep. It represents a patronizing and ontologically assaultive reduction of the poor from equal people in society. There are many other reasons. Well, charities like that. It's something that people do to make themselves feel good, not to attain good outcomes. Because after all, people can't predict what the outcomes are actually going to be. For example, one time I went to the JCPenney in Arcadia, and I went there to buy some pants for a funeral. And when I got to the register, it said, after I paid for it, it prompted me on the screen, would you like to donate $1 to the, I think it was the Latino Federation or the Latinx Federation or something? So I don't doubt that some people who go through the checkout line at JCPenney do donate $1 to this organization. What are they doing there actually? They're saying, I'm going to exercise my group-based understanding of things. Like, I'm supporting the disenfranchised, or something like that. I'm going to really stick it to those conservatives, something like that. So why is that person giving $1? They have no idea what this organization is at all, right? They have no idea what that organization is going to do with the dollar, how much that dollar is going to reach the organization. No idea whatsoever. They're giving that dollar so that they can feel smug slash, virtuous. And the reason they feel smug and virtuous is because they've not actually done any thinking about what comprises a real virtue. So that should be very convincing to anybody that, in fact, forgiveness is the highest virtue and not charity. Just as rights is the proper normative framework, not utilitarianism. Oh, God. You know what? Fuck you, TV. Just fuck you so hard. I'm glad you didn't autoplay music this time. But can you just stop going to sleep all the time, please?
Thank you.
And I also hope that this charity versus forgiveness issue, this should be very instructive to everybody also about how language is so amazing, and it can take us from a state of confusion to clarity by doing its job right. So, like, after the arguments I've made there, it's indisputable that charity not only is not the highest virtue, it's questionably a virtue at all, for all the reasons I articulated. One could attempt to dispute that, but in order to attempt to dispute that, you'd have to be making an argument that, in fact, you can reliably predict impacts. And you can't. Now, sometimes I do a little charity, but it's going to begin with somebody approaching me and asking for something. Like when I drive off this off ramp in Merced that I sometimes go off, there's often a guy standing there with a sign at the bottom of the off ramp, and I every time offer that person cigarettes. Would you like a couple cigarettes? They almost every single time accept them. It seems like 99% of panhandlers smoke cigarettes. I can recall one instance in my life where that scenario occurred and the person turned them down and told me no, they don't smoke. One instance. And I've done that for as long as I can remember, when I encountered that phenomenon. Because I don't really want to give them money, partially because I often don't have cash with me, or I only have a bill bigger than a one, or something like that. And partially because, I want to make their experience of standing there more pleasant, not help with their bottom line. Because I don't really see that as earning money, It's just exploiting other people's misapprehension of charity as a virtue. Still, I'm empathetic. Nothing could be more horrible in my mind than being in that position. I recognize I can't solve it. And regardless, people don't feel ownership of things they've been given. Especially not in that context. Other people think, well, why don't we just give free housing to all the homeless people? For one thing, because they will neither appreciate nor respect it, because they didn't have to do anything to get it. They won't treat it like their property. They'll treat it like a whore. Additionally, giving them free housing will not change the reality that they are unable to sustain their household. Because simply having a roof over your head is the beginning of the expenses. I can't quite read that. Let's go back inside. I don't know. I like standing outside today. It's nice out. But if I'm going to be standing outside, I'm going to need to get my glasses for sure. I'm going to starve so you don't have to in times of famine. Well, that's not advisable though, right? Like, say I've got my wife and my daughter, and we've got just enough food for us. It's not acceptable for me to not feed my daughter or my wife. It's not acceptable for me to starve myself and leave them without a father and a husband. I need to prioritize them over the other person who's starving. And so, in that case, charity would be conducting a great wickedness over the people who've placed so much trust in you. The poor use entreaties where the rich answer roughly. I mean, it's true that some poor people attain sustainability via entreating others. But I think this is an example of why you're so wrong. I've been poor. You know, I've scraped together pennies and nickels for a bag of Bugler so I'd have something to smoke. And it may be the case that I had to make entreaties on some occasions, but the point is, it's ontologically assaultive to characterize the poor as representing a monolithic group of any kind. And what you're demonstrating here is that you're seizing a feeling of virtue at the actual cost of other people's dignity. Because I can easily imagine hardworking, poor family greatly resenting that depiction of things. You know? And I'd also point out that I've never gotten through periods of feeling flush without making occasional entreaties on others as well. Also, how harshly I respond to someone or something has never had anything at all to do with my financial affairs. I respond harshly to people who persist in their wrongness without being responsive to anything I said, without adding cogent stuff to the conversation. You're adding plenty of cogent thoughts here. I'm not condemning you at all. You're doing a fantastic job of exchanging information with me and ideas, and this is not. I'm not talking about you at all. But you know how mad I get has never had anything to do at all with my finances, because I get mad when other people are wrong and preventing me from using language to do work. Doesn't matter if I'm rich or poor. That's how I am. It is true what you say about forgiveness having this added benefit of making you feel better that you're not carrying resentment still or something. But that's a different kind of forgiveness than say like telling somebody, yes, you've committed this crime, and yes, there's this punishment for it, but we believe this was an aberration and not representative of who you are at all. We believe you're entirely remorseful and fully accountable for it, and we've decided to forego the punishment. That's forgiveness in that sense. Like, let's say I'm resentful about my former boss trespassing against me by firing me without cause and breach of contract. Well, for me to forgive that would not mean to forsake some legitimate legal claim. It would mean because I may have I may have had a legitimate legal claim, but I never intended to pursue that really anyway. So I looked into it a little bit, but it wasn't worth it to me. So for that, in that instance, forgiveness would mean I've decided that I no longer resent you, and I pray for you even though you're my enemy or something. That's a mushy kind of forgiveness, right? I guess if you were to distinguish actual forgiveness of that sort from just forgiveness theater, it would mean you were able to successfully determine that you actually no longer have any resentment about that, and instead understand the perpetrator as knowing not what they have done. So I don't quite get that kind of forgiveness very well because it's based on feelings. And to me, that doesn't seem like a real criterion. But I don't doubt that it is a real criterion for people who've got fluency with FI. I'm just not wasn't one such person, obviously. So we've got a mere 2 hours and 35 minutes, maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes, until you know what? That's right, A's Rangers, 6 something o'clock. I am pleased to inform you and everybody else that the A's won yesterday, 2-1. We got shelled by the Rangers in the first game, but we won yesterday,
Yay!
2-1. Springs is our ace. I mean, Springs is a great fucking pitcher. That is the last game. He threw a one hitter through 8 innings or something like that, and in this game, he only gave up 1 run in the first inning. After that, he locked it down. Well, in a sense, doesn't the bad experience in itself make everyone grow? I like to think we leave any experience better than we had before. I mean, unfortunately, that's not necessarily the case in a Rambo. Like, if you make mistakes that are big enough, like for example, the way I have regret about my parents the last years of their life, that stems from me not prioritizing what was important, and you know, it may be informative going forward to some extent, but mostly it's informative looking back as unmitigated regret, sorrow, and shame. No, it's on my calendar. I remember it already this morning. I know because tomorrow I have 2 things. I got my doctor's appointment plus guilt. And yeah, I woke up aware of that in full. Some things on mushrooms I don't remember, and that one doesn't seem to give me any problems at all. Thanks, Iron Lion. You have a great day too. And I want to tell you, Iron Lion, I think you are a wonderful person and I appreciate you. Hi, Winston's mom. If I didn't say hi already. Hi, Keisha. How you doing? Queen of the Inky Pinkies. I mean, I just say, Emperor of the Inky Pinkies. You get the title for both men and women. There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Wait, before I do that, I need to do this. Nothing. I want to turn down these vocals here. This part right here in the chorusy thing. I want to turn on the good speakers, and I want to listen to this. I know you're like, Eric, we don't want to listen to it again. Well, it's only a minute and a half long, so just suck it up, Buttercup. Suck it up. All right, now doing this standing up is so dumb. Still too loud, I think. Oh, it's really too loud. Okay. Right. Okay. That's fine. We're going to put this one a little bit lower because it's not competing against anything. All right, now we're ready to give it a listen. Was there anything else I needed to fix here? There. Okay, now we're going to give it a listen on the good speaker. Here we go. This might be almost done, might be done. That's a little jumpy the gun to say it might be done right now, but it's very close. I know it's not like a fully realized finished composition or whatever, but I'm okay with that. I can't be totally crippled by perfectionism. Nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. No, there ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt out the car and go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. Thank you, thank you. I think it sounded very good. I think I'm going to put that one little vocal thing in there. Nothing funky about your version, or whatever it was. I'll remember when I listen to that again. Let me go back and check that out and see if I do remember it. I could always rewind the video bit so I get the gist of it. But There ain't nothing funky about your 2-bit version of God. Ain't nothing funky about your version of God. Get your butt like that. Out the car. Let's just do it on that last one there. I think it's a good idea. Do you ever put yourself on streaming sites? Oh, well, yeah, I need to do that again. I did publish an album of what I would call second tier tracks. I should have just put together an album of first tier tracks. The reason I didn't was because I thought, well, maybe I want to re-record this song because it's really good and I could do a better job of it. I should just probably publish them. I kind of do want to re-record Cloudy Day because I think it's not the greatest production. It sounds good, like, but not as good as it should sound. And it would sound a lot better if I were to start over having better equipment to work with now. Because when I made it, all I had to operate with was a single acoustic guitar. Now I've got this keyboard and an electric guitar. Yeah. Well, they started by having no idea what they were doing and then proceeded to randomly generate ideas that felt right to them and then presented them as though they were worth listening to. That's how. You might well point out, and you'd be correct to do so, that's not a good way to do things. But I mean, ultimately, maybe we need to stop asking those questions and ask a different kind of question. A kind of question that a luminary like Telly Savalas might ask. It's useful to listen to things on a good speaker so I can hear probably the mix better. Who loves you, baby? WHOLOVESBABY, who loves you, baby? That's what I would like you to answer for me. WHOLOVES, baby. I guess I can't spell. I'm not good at spelling, but you know what I am good at selling? This question. Who loves you, baby? Don't worry, I'm going to give you the answer too. WHOLOVESBABY, who loves you, baby, is what I would like to know. I'll tell you, who loves you, baby? The answer is clear. Who loves you, baby? Tennis Wallace. Well, that was pretty good. I liked that spelling part. The first time I did it, I thought that was pretty tight. Maybe that could be the vocal part for that. But yeah, I've been waiting to record this because I don't have clarity about what the vocals exactly should be. I just have some ideas that I think should be included, like, asking the question in certain spots and answering Telly Savalas, like that. That's consistent. But what fills the interim bits is different every time. But that thing I did there, I like that. That probably would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Like, when I listen to things on the big speakers, I should listen. I should always make music listening on the big speakers. You know, if I'm not used to having to use headphones, because it's very obvious that that bass needs to be EQ'd a lot. Like, as soon as I started hearing it, it was like, okay, this is not acceptable. If I were to plot spectrum, use the analyze tool to plot spectrum, I will see some big bumps here, as you can see. These bumps. Well, I want that to flatten out, which means I'm going to have to cut it 250, 350, 5, basically 600. All right, so what is that? 250, 350, 600. Oh, and then I'm going to need to get down here too. So from 1,000 on, I'm not going to do all those peaks individually, but I will kind of a roll off at 1,000. 250, 400, and 600. 250, 400, and 600. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so there's 250, 400. Now then, from 1,000 on, we'll roll this off. We can let it come back up here. That's fine. Let's take a gander. Let's take a gander at the goose. If y'all had someone offer you $1 million to not talk to your friends or family for a month without telling them why, would you do it? No. No, I wouldn't. If I couldn't even tell them that I couldn't, if I could tell them that I couldn't tell them why, but that this was going to happen, and at the end they'd understand and agree with my decision to do this, then fine. But if I couldn't even tell them that, then no, because the amount of damage I'd be doing to people who love me would outweigh the benefit ultimately. Can you help people in need after you get $1 million? I'm not sure about that. Like, should you help people in need after you get $1 million? After all, you're young, and that $1 million is not going to last you forever. If you don't manage it wisely, then soon you'll be the person in need. So it crashed when I tried to key that, annoyingly. I'll recover and try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Thanks a lot for crashing. I'm being sarcastic. Okay. Save. Now EQ. Oh, it reset. God damn it. Meow. You know what? Fuck this draw part. Just do the graphic. It's fun. God damn it. Why do I have to do this again? I already did this.
I'm gonna make myself a cup of noodles. Would you like one?
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
One of the annoying things about EQ is there's basically never a reason to save any presets or use any presets because it's always so like individual track specific and complete track specific. It crashed again. Are you fucking kidding me? I should have saved that one. How ridiculous is that? Steak is so expensive. So is your mom, Casey Jones, but that doesn't stop me from eating her. Do not get the Dollar Tree steak. I'm gonna agree with that one. I cannot believe it. You got to be kidding me. This ain't Crashy McCrash-a-lots. You just knock that shit off. Save. 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 Open. What is it? Beats and Sheets or Drumzoses? I think it's Drumzoses. Yeah. Well, let's try it again. I could use a different equalizer plugin, I guess. Is there another one? Desk EQ, yeah. Oh, this is not what I need. I need the full EQ. God damn it. How horrible. I have already EQ'd this twice to no avail. And of course, it reset to what it was before. That's all I'm going to say to this EQ. Hey, kitty. No. I'm sorry, but no. You just need to get over your own bad self. Kitty, just, your mom's in the kitchen. Why don't you let her watch you eat? Oh, I didn't save it again. Are you serious? Your mom's dead. Well, Casey Jones, high five Dead Moms Club. You can't offend dead people. You can only offend living people about dead people. All right, kitty. My horrible cat. The story of a man and his horrible cat. All right, okay. For God's sakes, okay. Will you just give me a second? All right, let's see if. Unfarkin' believable. Unfarkin' believable indeed. I cannot believe I'm doing this a third time. Yeah, it looks like he may have given up. He walked in the kitchen. Maybe he is going to let his mom watch him eat. All right. Save it this time as a preset. This bass EQ. Now try to do it. It worked. It's a miracle. No, it didn't work yet. Wait, it did work. All right. Okay, it worked. Flat spectrum. That looks better. Still thinking 250, 400, and 600 a little bit more. 250, 400, and 600 a little bit more. Now we'll flatten this. 250, 400, 600. Now look plot spectrum. That's not gonna do. That's obviously not going to do. base cut. Not that much of a base cut. Jesus. I didn't know that preset was so extreme. Uh, hmm. I don't know. This baseline may be a lost cause. Which isn't ever going to amount to anything, this thing anyway, so I shouldn't spend too much time on the bass. Its greatest possible outcome would be background music and something. So I'm going to just set that aside. I've been doing a good job today of putting Vaseline on my lips. They got quite chapped last night. Thank you, darling, for the cup of noodles. Oh, that's young Eric. Are those flowers in my ears? Young Eric did have a tendency to stick a lot of flowers in his ears. Oh, it's a cheerleader. I see now. Those are pom-poms. Well, that's also old Eric. For example, I came up with the cheer that should be the default athletics cheer. Because, like say for the Dodgers, you have that cheer go, let's go Dodgers. Because they have a 2-syllable name. Athletics is harder because it's a 3-syllable name. They used to say, let's go Oakland. But they can't say that anymore because they're not in Oakland. They'll probably start saying, let's go Vegas when they're in Vegas. What do they have now? Well, they have this beautiful alternative that they should elect to use. Everybody should. But nobody knows it. Let's go athletics instead of let's go athletics instead of let's go athletics. Let's go. You can also put the let's go right at the end. So let's go athletics instead of let's go athletics instead of let's go athletics. Let's go. Like that. That would be a great cheer. And it is a reality that the current fan base in Sacramento has not found a new cheer to replace the Oakland one and is just kind of struggling to figure something out. That is the answer. That is definitely the answer. But I don't know how to make the other people aware of this, other athletics fans aware of this. I'm going to make a short about this. I'm going to have a short, like ATTN colon at all athletics fans. New cheer. I'm just going to present it as, hey, I know we're all struggling to figure out what cheer to use to replace the old let's go Oakland cheer. So I want to propose maybe this would be a good one. We're all in this together. We all love the athletics. And we're all incredibly excited this season to watch this fantastic young team blossom. Currently, tied with the Rangers for first place. Am I into basketball? Used to be into playing basketball. I used to play a lot of pickup basketball. I've never been, well, once Chick Hearn died, I totally stopped watching NBA basketball. I've always watched March Madness, but relatively less devotion to the regular season of college basketball. Although, I'm looking forward to this upcoming season because the USC women's team is going to be kick ass. That'll be a fun season. We got Juju Watkins back. We're getting the number one recruiting class in the country. Hopefully, components from this year that were important will stay. We won't lose any. We won't have a disastrous transfer portal like we did after last season. Everything be.
Oh, it did. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious to me, and I'm not super good at knowing what I like, but it seems pretty obvious to me at this point that my favorite sport is baseball. Style. I knew that I was gonna have a problem. It's gonna be very difficult for me to sing while playing this. That's a cool piano thing, like. That's pretty cool because the only thing that makes it cool is the fact that that thing comes in like a half beat early. I think it works pretty cool. But probably I don't think highly enough of it to record it or anything, but maybe it wasn't hard, I suppose. How much work does that entail? Very little, actually. Never mind, my cats came back to my room. So happy for you. And I'm happy for them. At my rest, I rested well, you know. I got about 6 hours of sleep, I'd say. Which isn't too bad. I could have used more, but I did try to go back to sleep again around noon, but I just couldn't do it. Sorry, but no can do, bro. Well, I got enough of it. At least I got the idea down. I think I probably got an adequate take of the verse and the chorus somewhere in there if I were to do a little work on it. I guess I could try to get a little bit better take. surprisingly clean execution of the idea. I'm shocked that I successfully, yeah. I could do it, I think. I like to do it as a silly character anyway. Super bad TI, super bad NI. I think they're just TI polar. Why would someone pretend it? You know, you could pretend it, for sure. Alright, somebody who has good TI could, and understands what TI polar looks like, could easily pretend to be TI polar. It doesn't work the other way around, but in general, typology approaches cannot defend against somebody faking deficits. It can defend against people faking strengths, but not deficits. Well, fittedness is a term that does link to NI, but those aren't definitions, right? Other people who, well, when they tell you what NI is, they're not defining it. Those are gestures at equivalencies. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's nothing wrong with loving the sound of your own voice. But if you're not saying things worth hearing and understanding, then other people shouldn't love your voice as well. Oh, Ruben, you so silly. It's like, hey, who ordered a yappuccino? I think that's the gesture that goes with that expression there, right? Am I right? So, like, a, a operational definition of NI is something like that which is, you know, an understanding or an instance of knowing, an understanding that occurs instantaneously, that's about something outside of oneself and understood not through linkage via experience. So that's operational in the sense that if you can identify an example of instant understanding that is understood by reference to previous equivalent experiences or similar experiences or whatever, then it's SI, not NI. We know it's either SI or NI because it's understanding attained instantly or close enough. So, thus, we can distinguish it from other functions because only epistemic functions attain understanding by any mechanism. That is, say, TI, FI, NI, SI. Action functions are not the attainment of understanding, either instantly or via a process of deliberation. Then you have to say, so it's easy to distinguish things that are epistemics from things that are not epistemics. it's a little bit harder to distinguish as clearly as that between interface functions and action functions. Because doing so requires the addition of this thing, but it doesn't really require it now that I think about it. I was going to say it requires the addition of this thing called the nature of the system being worked upon. But in reality, it doesn't need to be that. You could just say action. Well, no, it does need to address that somehow. I'm not sure how to get around that. Like, well, it's easy for me to operationalize criterion to draw a distinction between NISI, NI or SI versus TI or FI, FI versus TI, one of the action functions versus one of the epistemic functions, but not really to distinguish between instances of interface and action. Not in a satisfactory sense do I have that distinction, demarcated properly. I mean, it's easy enough to exemplify what I'm saying with FE, right? Like, if I go into teach a class and I have some lecture notes, I can stand up in front of the class and lecture for the entire period because I'm taking my complete action, confident that nothing's going to change while I'm taking that action that would dictate how I take that action. Whereas if I go into that same room trying to socialize with people successfully, I cannot come in with a plan that I will execute regardless of realities on the ground. It's not that kind of system that I'm engaging with, right? But if I have an FE game plan of I'm gonna go into this room and just be cheerful with everybody and always say something positive to each person, but then I get there and it turns out there was a car crash and several of the people who were supposed to be at this event have died and everybody's sobbing and whatever, and I persisted in attempting to execute my game plan, it's not going to work at all, right? I have to be responsive to realities on the ground. Get, put, calc. Get, put, receive handshake. You know, the internet is a digital representation of human intentional information flows. So, like right now, to some extent, we're interfacing. From a cognitive function perspective, to the extent that I'm attentive to FE considerations, we're interfacing. But from a information perspective, this is a different information flow than, say, putting information into a form. And it's a different information flow than, say, receiving a unwanted ad on a web page you're looking at. And it's a different information flow than, say, getting information by searching for something. It's not like, one might critique such an observation as you're just trying to force the structure of the internet onto this idea of human attention. But in reality, It's the opposite. The internet's modeled like this because this architecture is implicit to information flow. And what I mean by implicit to information flow is that's how attention works. So, accordingly, a virtual representation of human agency and attention, which is what the internet is going to work the same way. The only difference is that on the internet, you have limited capacity to put information on the external physical field, but not no capacity. That's what like buying shit is, right? So you're limited in the scope of the kind of information you can put on the external physical field. And you're well, you're largely going to be doing communicative endeavors rather than experiential endeavors on the internet, I guess. Depending on how you want to, what you want to consider to qualify as an experience, I guess. I guess the other way in which the internet is a limited representation of it is that you only have access to well, like it represents the parts of you that can look outward or attend outward, right? Because if you're using SI to know that you have a stomach ache, well, that's not something you can use the internet to determine. Do I have a stomach ache? It would be a really weird question to ask. I don't know. Do you? I'm asking you, internet. How can I tell? Well, does your stomach ache? That's what I'm trying to find out. So obviously, it doesn't represent the totality of human attention, but it represents the architecture of attention for the parts of attention that it can virtually represent. And it's certainly not just like, it's not just a virtual representation of the capacity to put extroverted information on the external metaphysical field. It's that capacity fully realized because I can express word ideas stuff, maybe not word ideas like pictures as well to some extent, or music, comedy, whatever. I can put that information on the internet, and it's a far better representation of the external metaphysical field than what preceded it. Things like oral traditions, libraries, you know, writing your autobiography or your memoirs so that you can help people that know who you are. Those are weak ways of extrovertedly intuiting compared to the internet. Introverted intuition within an individual is very well suited to the internet because the internet's about presenting one externalities to that one could intuit about, right? whereas the NI user's actual life experience involves a need to have SI knowledge, which is very unconscious and sort of countervalued. So obviously, the internet is going to feel like home to intuitives. It's going to feel more like the real world to intuitives than the actual world. Like, it's great being outside and stuff, but what am I doing? I'm steadfastly not paying attention to the outside at all. Instead, I'm just paying attention to what I'm saying and the information I'm putting. Where I'm kind of absent-mindedly going inside, outside, absent-mindedly chain smoking. My SI is out the window. My SE is out the window, and my my intuition that might know things about the world around me outside instead knows things about the world outside of me in terms of words. So the internet's great. And it's a real boon to people whose TE is not great as well. Once upon a time, if you wanted to fix your dryer yourself, you were going to have to go find the repair manual in some library and peruse that. Now, when I wanted to fix my dryer, hi Doyle, I just Googled, why doesn't my dryer get hot? And it diagnosed the likely problem correctly and walked me step by step through how to fix it. So, no TE necessary. Like before, also, you could fix it by figuring out, by already knowing certain things about like how dryers work or how stuff works in general, that there's some kind of heating fuse thing in there. There's two of them, in fact. And if it stops getting hot, it's usually one of those, specifically one of those that, the bigger one that has blown up. So even if I did somehow know that and was able to figure out how to fix it, I still have to do some legwork to get the part. It wouldn't just be like, and here's the part number you need. And I just copy and paste it into Google, and Google says, and here's where you buy it. Here's multiple places you could buy it with slightly different prices. It's amazing, right? We totally live in the future. It's crazy. AI is nuts. I mean, I would not have seen this coming. I did not see it coming. I would not have imagined at all that AI would look like it does, work like it does, that I would never have successfully predicted the the mechanism by which they accomplished AI. You know, like the way in which AI makes pictures is absolutely crazy. First, the programmers of the AI, they instructed to train on pictures of cats, right? So it'll show them a picture of a cat and say this is a cat. Then it'll show them some pictures of cats like that. Then it'll show them some pictures of cats that have a little bit of noise in them and say, remove the noise from this picture of a cat. And it'll keep adding more noise until it's all noise. There is no picture of a cat. And then it tells them, remove the noise to find the picture of the cat. And the AI does the best it can and accordingly generates a brand new cat. I would never have imagined that that would be how they do that, right? If you had said, look, here's the thing you're doing. You're entering this prompt into AI and it's building you a picture of a cat. How did it do it? What's your speculate about how it might have gone happened? I would never in a billion years have come up with that. Same with large language models like ChatGPT or Gemini, the talking part of it. Um, if somebody asked me, how do you think they finally figured out how to make an artificial intelligence that can easily enough pass the Turing test? I would never have come up with word prediction as the means by which you do that. You mean it just predicts the next words and somehow it successfully predicts them and comes up with answers that sound perfectly cogent? Who would have ever guessed that? Oh, come on, dude. Fine. I will watch you eat. The most obvious counterargument to the ocean being a soup is that it's very raw for soup. It's a lot of raw food. Well, and it's kind of stretching it to call seawater food. Glasses, that's what I'm looking for. What did I do with my glasses? Meow, 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 meow. Ruben doesn't have an Enneagram type. He doesn't? He's all 9 numbers? Wow, Ruben, that's quite an accomplishment. How did you manage to pull that off? Practice, Eric. I practiced avoiding, withdrawing, and confronting each of the 3 core emotions. Wow, Ruben, I'm really impressed with your growth. You must have gotten a lecture about that revolutionary new schemata of productivity. Goals. G, goals. O, only goals. N, I mean, A, all goals. L, love goals. And S, some more goals. You're a silly boy. You meowed and meowed at me, and then they come over here and you just want to, like, fuck you. Now you have to stand here while I don't eat. That's what he's all like. Let's see what's going on. I missed a lot of yeah, get is calc. I'm doing TI polars more like, if the ocean wants it badly enough, it can be whatever it dreams. The ocean doesn't act as one giant quantum circuit, but it provides a precise electrolytic environment necessary to shield these delicate localized quantum events from the chaotic decoherence you find in a standard soup. While soup is a passive suspension of organic chunks, the ocean behaves more like a field of oscillating energy waves, though through the interaction of photons and water molecules, the ocean achieves a level of selective energy storage and thermal buffering that a simple pot of soup cannot. I mean, that's an extremely I mean, you did a fantastic job. I don't know what to tell you. You did an absolutely fantastic job. But then there are some hotspots in brewing some ocean meat. I will say this. I don't think you needed to do nearly that much work to establish the ocean is not a soup. But I think I could make it more clear to others if you explain the science behind it. Once told someone the ocean is not soup partly because there are live animals in it. Well, the soup doesn't have live animals. They're still not convinced. Right. So what you said is basically that soup is, what is it? There's, like, have you guys heard about the ice cream thing where you take 2 soft serve ice cream cones, 1 chocolate, 1 vanilla, and you kind of roll it against each other. Then you take them apart, and the vanilla is transferred onto the chocolate, and the chocolate is transferred onto the vanilla. And it's kind of counterintuitive. Like, how could that happen? Surely one of the surfaces would have to get the other one. How could it both be acquiring chocolate on top of it while concurrently going over here? It doesn't make any sense, right? Well, it does make sense, actually. I watched a Veritasium video on it. Anyway, there's a distinction made. This is ancillary to you're talking about the ocean made me think of this, but that's not what you're saying at all. But anyway, there are 2 terms. One is stir and one is maybe blend or something, or maybe it's smear and stir. I don't remember the terms, but the point is that science makes a distinction between engagements with a material that can be reversed or not. And there are lots of things that might seem like they can't be reversed, but in reality, if you conduct the thing in exactly the proper environment, it can be reversed. And then other things, doesn't matter the environment, it can't be, depending on how the meowing of it is done. Anyway, I thought it was an interesting video. And I did feel at the end of it as though I understood why that happened now. Although I don't any longer feel as though I understand why that happened because I don't remember the exact explanation for it. Veritasium. That was very impressive. Too cool. I'd like to say that as well. That was very impressive. You displayed a good knowledge of fluid dynamics. That is not a murder machine. That cat is Coolio. I mean, she is a murder machine. I don't know where she is, but she has 0 empathy for small creatures. She wants to not just get them, but bring them in the house so that she and Trouble can collaboratively torture it. Personally, not a fan of that, but what are you going to do? No matter how well I explain to them why they should not do that, they're just going to do it anyway. I think you know what I'm saying. And if you don't know what I'm saying, well, that's on you, bro. All right, so last time I used a disco beat. How about we go ballad or R&B? Let's try R&B. Soul. Terrible. like West Side Story music. I'm in a gang. I'm dancing around. You gonna end up on the ground. Cause this is how we fight. Back in the olden days, a knife, a knife, a knife. West Side Story is so ridiculous. It's gotta be one of the most ridiculous things ever. It was around about 2 a.m. on Saturday night. I heard a bit up outside my fight, and I said, what in the world could be going on out there? Well, my wife got up, she went out to the window, she looked outside and she said, I see men though, I wonder what they're doing just outside of our yard. Well, I said, don't go any further, Margarine. I'm afraid that those men are up to no good and you'll be seen. And she thought, you worry too much, that's for sure. Just go back to bed and be sure. Sure. Well, ba-ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-dee-ba-da-boo, ba-da-ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-dee-ba-da-boo, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo-ba-boo. Another one's all like ba-ba-dee-ba-boo, ba-ba-dee-da-da, ba-ba-dee-da-ba-dee-da-da, and ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-doo. No, Mom, I don't want to eat any of those leftovers tonight. We had them last Tuesday, they can't possibly still be alright. And she's like, don't doubt me, don't disrespect your mother like that. And I said, well then maybe don't try to feed me stuff you shouldn't give to the cat. I only give the cats the very best. And what I have left over, well that's for you, that's the rest. And I'm like, well why do the cats deserve decent food, but I have to eat this crap? And she's like, we can't afford decent food for all of you.
Good job.
Thank you. Well, I think we can all agree that that was the Boogie Woogie. That beat's called Boogie appropriately. Sounds like a boogie song. Ruben, I think 2 usually, but 6 may be a more fundamental version, and 2 is sort of a manifestation of the 6. And again, I don't know for sure. Jeremiah face, that doesn't make any sense at all. 2 is a reflexive strategy towards shame, specifically an avoidance strategy. 6 is a withdrawing strategy towards fear. Well, you're suggesting that 2 is a fundamental version of 6 or something. That makes zero sense at all. What do you think you are in this shame triad? Do you think you're a 4 or a 3? Oh, you are 2 in the triad, I see. My triad is 6, 2, 8, self-preserving, sexual, social. I see. You know, it's interesting. I think probably most people associate 6 with SI types, but this goes to show you how that's not understanding the Enneagram properly. If a person's reflex regarding fear is to sort of take an inventory of prep that they've already done, in other words, resources they've already set aside for dealing with unexpected stuff, then that's a 6. If they do something like Rachel does, which is research the hell out of whatever is scaring her, that's 5. If they do something like me, where you go, I'm sure that's not actually scary. Let's just not look over there for a while. Then you're 7. All right, you're right, guys. You're right. Now is a good time to bring the trash cans in. I like to let them rest for a while after trash day. It's been now a solid 48 hours plus since they've been picked up, so I think they've rested long enough. I give them a cool down period, you see. That way they don't injure themselves on the way back to the house. It's time for Eric to shine. And you're going to get to watch every amazing minute of it. Eric, what are you, some sort of strong man? Carrying 4 trash cans at once? Kind of. Don't worry, I'm coming back for you. Oh, there are my other glasses. All right, we've done it. We've attained victory. Well, most of the way to victory. True victory will not be attained until each trash can is in where it's supposed to go right now. I say right now because obviously these trash cans over here are not, this is not a permanent place for them. I move them into the using place as I need them. Now this one, I'll leave one of them here by the door. Here, I'll leave this one. This is the best trash can, so it has a nice snugly fit lid. Usually I fill it up first, but I'm going to use this shitty one. This is like the worst trash can. I'm going to use this one first so I get it out of the way. Oh, what have we here? What have we here indeed? Hi, the Cameron. My breath is okay. Yeah, I get a little winded more than I should because I don't ever get any exercise when I smoke so much. But when I do get a little bit of exercise, that resolves pretty good, pretty quick. Here I am. Rock me like a scorpion. All right, buddy. I'm sorry to do this to you, but no. Okay, I should pick that up so you still theory gets stepped on or something. Your breath is spicy. You got Delhi Indian food. Surprise bag in Vegas. Well, that's pretty good. Like most things, I would probably just move them. Like if it was a rattlesnake, I found them around here before I moved them down the hill. I don't try to kill them or anything. But scorpion. Oh, you're making a new copy right now? Okay. I do occasionally kill wasps as well. Although I prefer to knock down their waspatoria without killing the wasps. But by and large, I don't kill things like that, but I'll make an exception for a scorpion. Okay. The next thing I want to do is a little sweeping that needs to be done. I swept here on this walkway just the other day, but it's gotten a little bit of extra stuff back on it. I could just kind of sweep it away quickly, but I'm not gonna redo this spot in general, just give it a little touch up. Where I'm going instead is over here. And I think it will be abundantly clear to you why I need to do this over here in a second. So, let me talk to you about the worst things on the ground. The worst things on the ground are these things. And the reason they're so bad is because when I step on them, they get stuck into the bottom of my flip-flop. So I gotta sweep all those things away. And what you see is they're right here. There's a lot of them. Okay, so I got those ones. Now we're gonna get this other problem area right here. Problem area. good enough. I don't need to do surgery off this surface. I could get this bit of dryer leavings here. You know, this lint, it comes out of the air vent here, and it gets a little bit wet, then it sticks to the ground. Boo! Great. Also good enough. This scoop I'll put into the trash can. Now we can put these trash cans where they go, in the corner. All right, good job, Eric. Good job, well done. Now let's bring the broom back with us. Look at Eco Brand. Oh yeah, my birthday is coming up. Rachel asked me what I wanted for my birthday. I can't think of anything really. You know, it's like I'm always down with certain kinds of consumables, but that's not the kind of thing it's easy to get for a birthday present. All right. Looking a lot better. Not looking perfect, but I just wanted to make it so I could walk around here without getting this thing stuck in my shoes. However, we're going to do a little bonus sweeping. I guess I get this area right here. All right, let's get this and do this. Okay, that's a good start. Now we'll put this here for now. Okay, now we got these bits over here. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. It's another fine mess you've gotten us into, Eric. I think you mean it's another fine mess that I've swept away. Now it's time to put back the welcome mat. Otherwise, when people come over, they won't feel welcomed. There we go. Now we're going to go back that way so the broom goes back over there. This broom I need to fix. Maybe we'll do that in a second. How are we going to fix it? I just need to get some glue. Okay. While I'm right here, I'm going to pick up this bottle I threw here for the purpose of throwing it away when I got back home from the car. Well, I didn't do it when I got back home, but I'll do it right now. Okay, fine. You're not wrong. This spot by this door needs a little bit of sweeping too. Not much, a little bit. Just trying to make it so when I walk, that if I want to avoid tracking anything into the house, that I can do so just by walking on the walkway. I had it swept nicely, but then the rains and storm came and that blew various little bits of thing around. Alright, good enough. Now I can walk around here and not track little shit into the house. Okay. So far, it seems as though I'm winning all the fabulous prizes.
I think so.
Thanks, Victor.
You did a great job.
Thanks. My baddie. Victor, it's not, and I do need to prioritize putting that pump in so I get the water circulating, like maybe even today. Because the recent storm filled all the levels of the pond full of water. I had drained it all so it wouldn't have stagnant water there, you know, but now it's all filled back up again. So, what am I to do about that? Well, the only thing to do about it is to put the pump in, for God's sake. I believe I have everything I need now to do so. I could even put it in install it in a temporary configuration without the tube if I wanted to. Okay, so next on the task list, it is time to fix that broom by getting some glue and gluing it. You might be asking questions like, what is glue? Where does one find it? Well, glue is an adhesive that allows one part of the thing to stick to another part of the thing. And where to find it is in this drawer right here. And here it is. This particular brand of glue is called Gorilla Glue. Your brand may vary. The key thing to look for on the label is the word glue. Which is nice and straightforward. Now, I'm gonna probably have to poke this. I'm gonna clean this with the torch. Oh, this is outside though. All right, first I will kind of knock off the chunks as best I can, but not gonna really work. I'm going to sit this down on the ground. Since it's so hot, it'll burn the wood. So, sit it down there. Okay, now we're going to get out this glue and turn our attention to this broom. As you see, this part has fallen off of that part. So, what I'm going to do, take this glue, I'm going to poke a hole in it with this poker. Nice and hot. So hot that I have to hold it at the very tippy top back of it. All right, let's try another way. Take the lid off, and then we squeeze it into here. There, that's better. We got a nice amount of glue in there. Put the lid back on the glue. Put the cap back on the lid. Now, we're going to get the broom. And we're going to push it into this hole. Feels like you could use a little more glue, actually. All right, well, I put the glue away prematurely. I thought I had plenty of glue in there, but obviously I was wrong. I'm going to pull that out so I can put more glue in here. That's a lot of glue. It's using a lot of glue for one project, but it should attain solvency. All right, now we'll just let this rest like this. Just let that rest like that for a long time. And we'll see just how strong this so-called Gorilla Glue is, because it's a tall order, right? That to be able to sweep with that broom with the head attached just with glue. That's asking a lot of the glue, but we'll see if it works. We will see. Okay, now we come back inside. We put the glue away. Right here. Then we go back outside to do one more thing that I forgot about. So because this poker here got a little bit of glue on it, and because I used the poker on the bong, I want to make sure it doesn't have any glue on it. So I'm going to use these pliers and the torch to make sure I've cleared away all the glue. Put my boots over here where they go. What time is it? 6 o'clock. We've got, I think, like 30 or 40 minutes till the game comes on. We're once again playing the Rangers. I believe it's the rubber match of a 3-game series. We took the second game, they took the first game. We're tied with the Rangers for first place in the AL West. All right, that should be adequate purification. This is still hot. I'm gonna leave it in this ashtray out here for now. Bring the torch back in, bring the pliers back in. Oh, nice and clean. I feel so like I can walk freely without stepping on stuff. The Fresh Maker. Well, it's just because, since I'm using it on the bong is kind of like using it for food. I want to make sure there's no glue on it. I don't want to smoke glue. All right. Now it's time to pull a couple of well-deserved bong rips. We're going to lower this to the low setting.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Nigga, now, nigga, what do you see? What do you do? All right, now we're ready. All right, bong rips. It's time for bong rips. We're gonna smoke some bowls. Time for bong rips. Gonna see our soul. It's time for bong rips. We're gonna pack it up real good. It's time for bong rips. Then we're gonna smoke it down just like we should. All right. My hand is sticky from the glue, but that's okay. Light, motherfucker. I said light, motherfucker. Light, motherfucker. Go ahead and light. You got to light, motherfucker. Light, motherfucker. Light, motherfucker. Light. You got to light, motherfucker. Light, motherfucker. Go ahead and light. I did eventually light. That's good. I'll tell you what's a great name for a product. Lazy Boy. They are marketing their chairs to people who aspire to sloth. Validate my sloth, senpai. I'm gonna validate your sloth with all of my heart. Sharks are on. I'm not sure if we still have even a mathematical chance of making the playoffs. We were in the race, but we had a bit of a skid that may have basically sealed the deal. I'm gonna look at the NHL playoff standings. Standings. Okay, so Sharks have now been eliminated officially. So there's no point in this game they're playing tonight. I don't know why you even have it on the TV. It's like maybe the last game of the season. But you know what? Actually, the last 10 games, Sharks went 6-3-1. That's very good. Just wasn't quite good enough to make the playoffs. So the Sharks have 84 points. We'll have 87 after tonight. And the last team into the playoffs had 90. So I just didn't quite make it in. Good season for the Sharks compared to last season for sure, but not good enough. All right, yeah. So we're still waiting for the A's game. I just want to confirm the exact time starts. It is in fact 6:40. Okay, 6:40, fine. I don't know what Texas is doing starting baseball games at 8:40 at night on a Wednesday, but hey, Shad, how you doing? What's up? Not a whole hell of a lot. I did some sweeping. I I messed around with a little bit of music stuff. I did a bit of a post mortem on last night's stream, which was a bit unhinged. I had well more than an eighth of mushrooms in me. Obviously, optimized with Adderall. So yeah, it was a little unhinged. But the thing about those kind of experiences is sometimes I think, okay, Eric, you gave up the ghost a bit too much there. And sometimes I think, it worked out fine. Last night is more of the latter, even though the former is true. What you been up to? How are your kids? How's the wife? I guess your kids are pretty grown up now, right? My kid, pushing 30. I know, insane. The Athletics have not played today. And the pre-party, it begins after the after party. That's the pre-party for the next party. Do they? They're in their 20s. Yeah, my daughter is 27, I think. How old is Delilah?
27.
27. Yeah. So we have a couple years before she's 30. Essentially, I'm kind of killing time till the Athletics game coming out at this point because I feel like I've done. There are a few other things I could accomplish while I'm waiting, but I have accomplished a fair amount. One thing I want to do, and would not be challenging particularly to do, is to capture a video or two to make clips out of for the next Type Police episode. But I'm not sure who to do. It is crazy. You know what else is crazy, Shad? Is the way in which we're totally living in the future now. Like, When I was a kid, there were 3 television stations. There were newspapers. There were no internet. If you wanted to see a movie, you had to go to the movie theater. And if you, when you left your house, you were not, it was not possible to reach you until you got to someplace that did have a phone. And even then, it was only possible to reach you if you had informed the people where you were going. And we're going to do any cooking tonight? I think I'm going to do a little baking tonight, actually, now that you mention it. I could see myself baking a loaf.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I could totally see myself baking a loaf. In fact, you kind of, hopefully both, Pretty Cat. Hopefully both. I don't think a trip to the casino qualifies as a birthday present because it would just be the same thing as every time I go to the casino, which that might be a birthday present I give myself, you know. You cooked some Korean short ribs. Well, that sounds good. Did you cook them with bulgogi sauce? Is that what it's called? Bulgogi? Can someone pass me the bulgogi sauce? That's not what it's called, is it? Something like that. Koreans don't have long ribs. Those are reserved for white people. Kalbi, huh? Seems like there's one that has a G and a B in the name. Let me check. I'm gonna Google this. Yeah, bulgogi. Bulgogi is a popular Korean dish of thinly sliced, marinated beef, traditionally grilled over an open flame, but often pan-seared or stir-fried. The name means fire meat. And it's known for its sweet and savory flavor from a marinated soy sauce, sesame oil, garlic, sugar, and often grated Asian pear or apple. Well done, Eric. Well done. You did remember the name of it. Galbi is also common. Okay, but I've not heard of that one, whereas I had heard of bulgogi. Bulgogi's not as good as galbi? Or maybe I've been fooled by the disinformation campaign of Big Bulgogi to select the inferior product. Who's taking the mound for the Athletics tonight? I believe it's what's his name? What is his name? The guy who sweats a whole bunch. Who is the Athletics left-handed pitcher who sweats a lot? Lopez? What's his
Lopez?
first? It's Jacob Lopez.
Yeah.
Jacob Lopez. That's his
Yeah.
name. I think he's pitching tonight.
Okay.
But I have to check. If I'm correct about the order of the rotation, he's pitching tonight. Let me check it out. No, it's JT Ginn. I was wrong. Perhaps tomorrow is Lopez. Gunnar Hoagland's on the 60-day injured list. Well, there goes one of our bullpen. I mean, if it's like he'd be middle of the pack if I were to select which reliever I'd like to have gotten a serious injury. 60 days. He's on the DL for 2 months. What happened to him? Gunnar Hoagland. It does not say what happened to him. News. Hoagland has season-ending hip surgery. But not just 60 days, it's the whole season. And this is just a month after he made his big league debut. How sad. He experienced a setback while he was on the 15-day injured list with a left hip impingement. What's a hip impingement? I've never even heard of that before. The A's said the pitcher is expected to recover in time for spring training. Hoagland made his major league debut when he pitched 6 sparkling innings in a 6-1 win on Miami May 2nd. He went 1/3. He went 1/3 with a 6.40 ERA and 6 starts with the A's this year. Well, in other words, after his first appearance, he did poorly. So, we'll see you next year, Gunnar Hoagland. Wish you all the best. I hope you get better. I hope this is just a difficult time for you with a speed bump here in your career, but that you're going to recover and have a long and prosperous career as an athletic. That's what I hope for you, Gunnar Hoagland. Sweaty Lopez. You got that all mixed up reverse ode. Well, Acacia, I'd say I just generally get dirty and sticky. If I'm sweating, I'm probably doing something that's going to get me dirty too. I just look like grime. They sweat in their stew until they glisten. After which they attain a state of sheen. Would you call my face oily or bedazzled with a glorious sheen? Luster, also good one. Gobbledygooking. I'm not sure there's a D in there. Gobbledygooking. But I am going to acknowledge that that is a word. I don't know why I'm going to agree to that, but I think I am going to agree to that. That is a word. All right, what's another task we can do while we're waiting for the baseball game? Let's evaluate our needs. All right, well, one thing I could do is put these shoes away. Ooh, I know what I can do. Let's try to do the following. We're going to plant some seeds. We're going to start some seeds. We're not going to plant them. We're just going to start them.
You're gonna plant the seeds?
I'm going to start some seeds, yeah. It'll be a while till they're seedling enough to put in the ground, but I'm going to give them a starter. Let's see what choices we have. Take out all the little tubes of seeds that I have. I'm thinking maybe we don't have any more, but I'm fingers crossing that we have one more GG number 4 seed. I'm not going to plant as many plants this year, but I am going to aim to have each of the plants be both ultimately more productive, but also more well managed in their growth. So, all right, glasses. Now we're going to see which seeds are which. London pound cake. Okay, we'll certainly plant one of those. 24 carat. One of the free ones, I think. I didn't pick that one. DPO, Durban poison. SBL FP4? No, SBL. What's SBL stand for? Oh, Cygnus Black. Godfather OG. Well, I've got 5 different kind of seeds here. I don't have any real Renault 4, and that is sad. But it's okay. It's sad, but okay. Do I have any other seed things hiding around here? I don't think so, but let me double check. I hate myself. I hate myself. I don't say that. Sorry, it's so sad. Okay. That goes there. This goes here. We're going to just make do with these 5 kinds of seeds. I'm going to plant one of each. I'm not going to start more than 5 plants. I may, if the action bug bites me in the butt, I may go online and order, like, say, 2 different kinds of seeds that I don't have at all or haven't grown before. I was thinking, although, I mean, I'd be kind of tempted if I was going to get seeds to get GG number 4 again, because that's the best weed I think I've ever grown. Go ahead, Katie. Go ahead and eat. You don't need me to watch you. So, I want to get the proper thing to do this with. So let's go look to see if we have the proper thing. And if not, if we can jury rig something that's more like the proper thing than my initial instinct did, which was not at all like the proper thing. Nowhere, don't get a dinner plate. All right, let's look in here. This might be a place where I would keep such a thing. That's the thing I'm looking for. But I don't see it. Okay. So, don't give up yet, everybody. Don't give up yet. You've got no stick-to-itiveness. You're so eager to instantly give up. Well, let's take a gander into this goose here. No. All right. Now, let's move in this direction, making a sharp left turn at the deck. And let's go into the garage. And we're going to look around. We're going to use the eyes right here and here to see if we see the thing that we're looking for. Aha! I do see it. I do indeed. Whoa, well, 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 when you look what we have here. 1 seed. 2 seeds. 3 seeds. 4 seeds. 5 seeds. That's all we're doing. Just we're doing 5 seeds. I'm thinking, in theory, I could plant a little later on up to 3 more seeds. But last year we had 9, and that was too much. In fact, 8's too much. So I might do, in theory, 7 more, 2 more seeds, but I'm not doing more than that because I want to harvest the right amount, not as much as possible. Well, let's go around this way because we are going to need now to get into a resource that is out here around the other side. Might as well go this way. I could sure use a good small trowel, which I do not have. I could use that about as much as I could use anything, but I don't have it. Alright, let's get a cutting tool. For a little while in the middle of the afternoon there, it was warm enough that I wanted to take off that jacket, but it's back to being freezing again.
Yeah.
Embody seeps, everybody seeps, everybody secretes, everybody discharges. Is my discharge a seepage or is it a... What was the other word you used? Secretes. Is my discharge a seepage or is it a secretion? You be the judge. Categorize my discharge. It was a very short-lived game show. It was canceled after just 3 episodes. I know. I'm surprised as well. I would have thought it'd be canceled well before it went into production. But no, Categorize My Discharge did have a 3-show run. Hi, and welcome to Categorize My Discharge. Our contestants tonight will be competing for $5,000. All right. First question is for you, June. Though not a pus, I have an excessively high white blood cell count, and I do ooze. What am I? I'm sorry, you're out of time there. I don't know what the answer to the question is. I just have the question here on the card. I don't know what the answer is. Your varietal. Welcome to the jungle. We have fun and game. So if you're looking for fun and or games, well, you've come to the right place. So as always, because I'm talking, I walked in here, did nothing that I meant to do while I was in here, walked back in there, and found myself at the same crossroads that had earlier prompted me to come back in here.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. We've got a very short amount of time to the baseball game. How exciting.
It's very exciting.
All right. We shall get... we shall get... These are fine. We'll get these scissors to open up the bag. And, oops, trouble, careful. And then we would just scoop out the dirt with the pot. It would be, this operation would be better conducted with a trowel, but I don't have one, insanely. It's like I got all these like specialized tools that I never use, but I don't have a trowel. Alright, I got that hole in the bag cut, as you can see here. Now, we're going to take, I'm going to widen the hole a little bit. Alright, there we go. Now, we're going to go like this. We'll scoot the edge more over this way so that it falls out of the hole more. And we're going to just gently pat it to encourage it to come out. Come on. Come on, don't be shy. God, what a horrible, inefficient process. Okay. There we go. Now you come out here and go right into this pot. There we go. I was trying to avoid getting my hands all dirty, but I was fool's errand to begin with. The idea of trying to do is like getting my hands all dirty. Alright, out you come. Now, alright. Actually, now I'm going to do this. Alright. Clean that out. Put these pots back. One in each corner. One in the middle. Should be a fairly balanced load. Could you balance my load? I hope I'm not being too forward, but I wonder if you could help me balance my load. A little rock in my bag of dirt. I bought a bag of dirt, not a bag of rocks. Oops, don't leave this here. Now we're going to come right here. So I think I will keep track of which is which this year. Which means I'm going to need to make a little sign of some sort. Well, what can I use? I could use those. That's not a bad idea, but might as well just use these instead of those. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We just break these in half, but how am I going to attach this to the thing? Alright. These will do. So now, we're going to come over here. I'm going to break these in half. Using our breaking muscles. Is that a turkey I hear right there? I hope not. Turkeys are persona non grata around here. Alright. I need some little paper or something to put here on this. I need a good way to attach it. So, here's some papers that'll work. These papers will work fine. And now I'm going to need some tape to attach it. So, we'll start by meowing out a little flag here like this. These are sticky notes, so it's got a little bit of glue on it. I'm not going to rely on just this. I'll put tape here to secure this. But and I might put packing tape like over the flag itself to laminate so water doesn't mess it up. But that's one flag. That's a good start. Pretty pleased with that flag. There's another flag. Another flag. That one didn't work very well. Try that again. There we go. Another flag. And at long last, a final flag. Now, what you will see, if you look with your eyes in the right place, what you will see are some little flags ready for writing upon. Oh, this one's okay. We get another one. Alright, now we've got our little flags. We're going to write things on them. We're going to write London pound cake. We're going to write Sirius Black Durban poison. All right. Godfather OG. And we're going to write 24 karat. Okay. Now, we're going to move this over here. Well, we could move the flag. Move this over there. All right. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to wetten all this dirt. I want to make sure that this really soaks through because I'm not going to hit it with water again after I put the seed in. Alright, we're doing pretty well. Now, we can start with the first pot. Oh, right, I forgot to finish the flags. I gotta finish the flags. Oh, don't do that. That's fine, that's fine. Oh, darn it. You know what, I'm going to do it here. Much easier place for me to work, actually. Oh. Okay. It's all in the name of science. I'm going to use this packing tape and put it around this like so. What do you call it? Poor man's laminator. Okay, pretty good. Now let's do this side. 24 karat. Now let's do this one. Okay, pretty good. Now, let's do this one. Okay. Well, doesn't have to be perfect, it's fine. London pound cake. Alright. We've got all of those little signs made. So now we will put the seeds in the meow. Alright, Godfather, do you get to be this one? Okay. Next one. What's going on with this one? Why is it draining at all? Well, this one's not draining. Where is it supposed to be draining for? God damn it. You want to be so difficult, huh? Well, fine. Be that way. How you like me now, motherfucker? How you like me now? It's still draining so slowly. With all those holes I put in it. Only this one. Why? What is going on with this one? I'm right about recess, but this is ridiculous. Seriously, what is going on with that? It's crazy. I poked God knows how many holes in it. And it's still barely draining at all. It's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like that. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Are you seeing this shit? This is absolutely not draining. I have poked at least 10 holes in the bottom of it. All the other pots are long since drained. And I didn't poke any holes in the other pots. Rock. This ain't dirt company. You're selling me dirt with a lot of rocks in it, aren't you? What's up with all these fucking rocks? Oh, that's not a rock. Yeah, those are rocks. Okay. It's still not drained. Can you believe this? Remember how many holes I poked in the bottom of this? All right, you know what? You know what? I've about had it with this pot full of dirt. I have had just about enough out of this scoundrel. You're coming with me. We're going outside and we're solving this problem the old-fashioned way. It's like, what the actual fuck? Why is this one pot absolutely refusing to drain no matter what I do? Okay, all right. Let's try again with some fresh dirt. Let's see if we have a repeat voyage to Insanity Town. This is taking a lot longer than I was imagining it would take. Okay. All right, now that's draining at a reasonable pace. Of course, I made the sink filthy, but we're going to resolve that with just a little bit of rinsing and a whole lot of luck. Okay, now we are ready for Seed number 2, flag number 2. Serious black. Alright, good. Now, 24 karat. Come on. Come out of there. Come on. Oh my God, I'm frustrated. Got it. Okay. Now, next one. London pound cake. Oh, I so prefer the ones with the hard plug. Let me get some fucking pliers. There we go. London pound cake. I expected to basically be done with this a little bit after the A's game started. It's taken a lot longer than I thought. Okay. Good job, London pound cake. And last one, at long last. Durban poison. Use these. Learn from last time, Eric. Okay. Alright. Now we'll put some dirt over it. Give it a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. Now, we'll just kind of let those rest here for a bit. To incubate them a bit at the beginning of this process, what I'm going to do is take some paper towel, wetten it, and then we're just going to put a little piece of wet paper towel over each of them. Okay, now I'll turn this on. Give it a little bit of warmth and light. Now we're done. We just put things away. That goes there. This goes here. We go in here is fine. This goes here. This goes here. Then we've got these seeds that we put back. Got this trash to throw away. This pen to reclaim. I'm glad I got those started. That's rather overdue. And now I can go read the chat, and I can also put on the athletics game in the background. Pen, you can go there. Seeds, you go here, I believe. Okay. I'll clean up the counters in a little while. Wait a second. Oh, I am tired as Jordan McKnight after a jousting tournament. Oh, okay. It's good to get that accomplished. And you know what? I'm thinking it's not going to be the last thing we accomplish tonight, because I still have on the agenda baking. Baking a loaf of bread. What kind of bread? The delicious kind. Okay. Beauregard, Hildegard, Imregard, Emma. You know when you'll be doing more? Oh, well, I was actually hoping to elicit suggestions from people of something I could capture the video of right now, because I'd like to get that video capture accomplished. Now the baseball game started, but I could save up time and meow right now. So I just need a good candidate, and if I were to get a good candidate, then I will capture a video of theirs. All right. Top of the first, where I moved it to start the actual gameplay. Now 2 outs already. Again on the mound, and these cool nameless jerseys. I like this. There's no name on it. Usually, the Athletics, I think, have the name on the back of the jersey. But this is real clean, kind of old school font number in the center of the back of the jersey. I could show you in a second. Legends say you can find the meaning of life in an Eric live stream. From the Noki. Well, while we always have to take legend with a grain of salt, there's often an element of truth to it. For example, did you know that Noah's Ark was real? True. It's a legend, but it's also true that the only reason we have the species we have is because one guy collected them all on a very large boat. So, Intuitively, you might say that doesn't make any sense, but it's been factually proved. They found in an ancient burial site ancient photographs. They were, as we know from the Flintstones, the way they used to make photographs was they had a bird peck something into stone. And it shows and explains in precise detail, yes, there was an ark, and how difficult it was to collect two of every single animal, including all the bugs. They did not have to collect ocean fish, but here's something that may surprise you. They did have to collect all the freshwater fish because that flood, it spoiled the freshwater reservoirs with this tidal wave of salt water. Hi, the bell rings past Feeney. Sand on the mountains. How did it get there? It's because Noah's Ark left it there. Oh, you mean from the tidal wave? Well, Noah's Ark also, and a lot of people don't think about this, it contained an aviary. Most of the birds on the earth, they could not survive flying over raging flood waters for weeks on end. So Noah and Mrs. Noah had to go around the entire world collecting two of each bird. They would have collected more than two, but they barely had room for two of every one of them. And in fact, their decision to collect exactly two of each one of them cost us many, many species, as in on countless examples, one of the two that they collected would die before they got it back to where they were gathering them together before they put them all in the boat. Hi, darling. How are you feeling today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you feeling, like, physically?
Physically, I'm feeling good. Why, do you have something in mind?
No, I was just wondering if there's any update on the kidney stone.
Oh, no.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry.
What did the other humans do to get wiped out? They didn't get wiped out. Noah collected two of them too. That's why we still exist. Here's the catch. The two that Noah collected were him and his wife. So, kind of bullshit, but we used to be a lot better off until we had that extreme genetic bottleneck of just Noah and his wife. Because at that point, from that point forward in human history, we've got very inbred. We think nowadays of what, like, oh, those people are inbred, but we're them compared to the generations before Noah and his wife represented that genetic bottleneck. All right, what was I talking about doing? Oh, right. I do want to get started on the loaf of bread, but I also want to watch a little bit of the A's game. Currently, Texas. Oh, those are the A's. I mean, those are the Rangers jerseys. I got confused there. The Athletics. Only MLB team yet to score in the first inning. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We don't need to score. It doesn't matter what inning we score in, as long as we score more total runs than the other team. Let's go, Carlos Cortez. You can get a hit right now. I hope I wasn't important when I put you on the bench. I think I put Lawrence Butler in instead of Carlos Cortez today. Running on empty. What does that graphic say? Meow. Most consecutive games without a first inning run to start a season. This year, 17. Well, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Because we are currently in first place, tied with the Rangers in the AL West. You can't ask for much more than that. Carlos Cortez walks. Sodi puts bat on ball, but it's going to stay in the park. Oh, he stays in the park, but he does not make the catch. Cortez rounding third, hustling home, makes it there in time. It's going to be 1-0.
Good job, Sodi.
In favor of the Athletics. Oh, I see. It must be Jackie Robinson Day or something. Everyone's wearing number 42 in Dodger blue on their back, or some kind of blue anyway. I see what's going on. All right, good job, Sodi. Good job. Come on, Jacob Wilson. Good eye. Good eye. Hey, bada, swing. Good eye. No, not good eye. Don't challenge it, though. The ref was probably right. Let's see. Can we not, from the Noki, can we not do that, please? Looks like Jacob Wilson may have gotten hit by the pitch. No, he must have fouled it off his foot. Anyway, we'll get down to the baking of bread in a little bit. Okay. Nice job, Shay Langoliers. Oh, that was last night. Never mind. Stop fooling me like that. The broadcast often does that. It'll show in this game like a highlight involving this player from last night, and I'll think it's happening in real time. Let's go, Jacob Wilson. Bang! Bang, bang, bang goes the Crawley. He's out. Good try, though, Jacob Wilson. Good try. I believe in you even if I didn't believe in Crystal Light. Wait a second. What happened? All right, now we're at the top of the second inning, and we have the inimitable McNeil at the plate. He's been one of our best offensive weapons so far this year, and he was not. I don't think anybody was really counting on him to be a huge contributor or anything. But he's been really reliable. He swings at that pitch, though, and grounds it to the second baseman, who throws to first for the out. And that's going to bring up our old friend, Max Muncy, who's also been doing a great job this season of contributing offensively. Also a player that I don't think any of us really were counting on to provide that much offense. Oh! He got hit by the first pitch right in between the shoulder blades. Let's see what the announcers have to say about that. Oh! Boom! Yeah, right on the four is right. right on the four, the top of the four on the back of the jersey. It wasn't right between the shoulder blades. It was more like on the side of the left shoulder blade, but it was close enough. Butler is in the lineup. I'm glad to see that since I have him in my lineup. And I'm also glad to see Max Muncy go ahead and steal second. He's like, why screw around? I might as well try to steal second on the first pitch to Lawrence Butler. And he did, and he succeeded. And that's why he gets a well-deserved round of applause. Good job, Max Muncy. Good job. Lawrence Butler takes strike one, evens the count. He's hitting a woeful 176 this season, but he's doing better than he did last year. So he now is at the plate, staring down the pitcher staring down the catcher, delivering the pitch. It's in the dirt, fielded cleanly by the catcher, who exchanges it for a clean ball. Max Muncy returns to second, evaluates his options. Max Muncy has an incredibly large amount of dirt on his shirt and his pants. He's about as dirty as you can get in one slide. Lawrence Butler takes strike two. That evens the count again. 2-2 now. And we've got the pitch, the payoff pitch, as they say, grounded sharply to the second baseman, who was covering the gap between first and second, obviously. This advances Muncy, but it took a great play by the second baseman to field that successfully. Took a wicked hop, and he adjusted real time. Threw out Lawrence Butler with plenty of time to spare. Probably should have been a hit, but Home Fries McTexas second baseman said, not today. Dikembe Mutombo'd him. All right, now we've got Denzel Clark in the 9-hole at the plate. Muncy's on third. Denzel has an opportunity to score Muncy with any kind of single here. Denzel, obviously, at the bottom of the lineup for a reason. Not our most snappy bat. He swings over the top of that curveball. And the count now goes to 1-1. Muncy leading off from third, not being too aggressive, staying reasonably close to the bag. The pitcher, what's his name? Rocker. He delivers the pitch, and Denzel Clark singles it into left field, scoring Max Muncy and bringing himself acclaim and well-deserved accolades. Good job, Denzel Clark. Way to bat a run in. And that's all we need from you, Denzel. We just need timely little dinky singles like that. Nobody's expecting more than that from you. You can provide the rest of your value via the defense. Now, Nick Kurtz at the plate takes a mighty hack at a ball on the outside part of the plate, but middle height wise. Kurtz hitting only 196, but starting to heat up a little bit, I think. I believe I see his form starting to gel, starting to put up some numbers. He's starting to think about breakfast, as they say. Denzel Clark steals second base. Catcher made the throw, but it was sort of half-hearted, well late. Now Denzel's outfit is also covered in dirt. Okay, you call it a uniform. I call it an outfit. Curtsy takes ball two, 2-1 now the count. He adjusts his helmet, crinkles his brow, positions himself beside the plate, stares down the pitcher, puts his bat over his shoulder, waggles, and here comes the pitch. That's strike two. Kurtz watches it go by. He thought perhaps I was going to stay up or curve outside. Instead, it dropped right in there on on the outside edge of the plate, but pretty juicy pitch for him. He just watched go by. Here comes the next pitch. That one is low. Good job watching that one go by. The Rangers challenge the call of ball, but they're going to lose this challenge. That was definitely a ball. Yep. And Eric is 1 for 1 on his ABS challenge meter.
Good job.
Thanks. Curtsy, 3-2 now the count, full count. Rocker, the Ranger pitcher, delivers the pitch, ball 4. Kurtz works another walk. So yeah, Kurtz's average is not great this season, batting average wise, but his on base percentage is a lot higher than his batting average because he has worked a lot of walks. You're a hero, Nick Kurtz. You're the hero that we're dreaming of. Now the Athletics threatening to potentially score a third run here with 2 on and 2 out in the top of the second inning. Shea Langoliers watches strike 1 flutter past him, curve past him, and he's positioned himself in a state of readiness for the next pitch, which is delivered now and is well inside. Backs Shea off the plate. He steps out of the way, takes ball 1. With the count even now, still 2 on, still 2 out. The Athletics leading 2-0. Shea Langoliers prepares for the next offering, which comes now. Swings over the top of it. That's going to be strike 2. Shea fooled by this big sweeping curveball. He's giving himself. He's taking a timeout. He's giving himself a little talking to. Come on, Shea. We can do this. You got fooled in that one, but better days are ahead. And we'll see if Shea's motivational self-talk was effective as he's returned to the batter's box. And Rocker is about to deliver the pitch. Here it comes. Shea gets a piece of it, fouls it off, swings at a pitch that ended up well out of the strike zone, but was able to defend the plate well, foul it away. You can stand by them forever. You can take their breath away. Now, 1-2 the count. Shea takes a ball very high and inside. It has him stumbling back away from the plate to escape its hurling danger to his head. 2-2 is the count. Rocker. Observing, absorbing, living, loving, learning. Here comes the pitch. Shea watches it go by, takes ball 3. That one well off the plate, well outside, well low. With the count full, Rocker is at risk now of walking the bases full. And if he were to do so, it would be up to Carlos Cortez to drive those runs home. However, let's not count Shea out of this at-bat yet. Oh, he fouled it off, got a piece. I thought that was strike 3, but he successfully fouled it off, got a piece of it. So Shea Langoliers is going to have another hack at another pitch. He's stealing his resolve as he faces what assuredly shall be the pitcher's best effort. Here comes the pitch. Shea strikes the ball with the bat, but sharply on the one hopper to the third baseman, who throws him out for the final out of the inning. And boom goes the dynamite. We'll be back after these commercials. Oh no! Update with 1 out in the third inning. Texas just tied it up. I would just fast forward through the commercials and ended up skipping a 2-run home run, blessedly. Now I'm caught up to real time. Hi, OJ Simpson. How you doing? How's life beyond the grave? Did they let you into heaven? Your mama in heaven. I've got a special spoon. You'll see it here and in my room. It's a spoon on top my nose. You'll see it there, for there it grows. JT again, attempting to get the second out of the inning, delivers the pitch to the batsman, who lofts it high in the air into left center field where Soderstrom makes the catch. Always a breath-holding experience when a fly ball goes to Soderstrom. A very iffy defensive outfielder. Very iffy indeed. Uh-oh. Another home run? No, this one's going to stay in the park. All right, good. Whew. 2-2 into the third. Let's get started on the bread. We'll get started on the bread. I could do a little cleaning up too. I'm going to get rid of this leftover rice. Alright, let's get rid of this rice. And put this pot in the sink. We can get this in and just kind of wipe out this leftover scraps of corned beef hash like that. And we can just put this back on the stove, so that's just fine. Oh, Eric, you're a silly boy. You want to go outside, Cleo? Yay or nay? Alright. It's just so much better. Just put this on the dining room table rather than putting it away in the Harry Potter room every time. But we do have this space that is actually underneath the stairs. So, it seems perfect to call it the Harry Potter room. Alright, here's our mixer. Here is our bowl. We're going to need this. We're going to need this. We're going to need this flour. We're going to need the yeast. Now, I did not buy a new jar of yeast to do my plan for shorts. I may do that again. I may do that, but I guess I'll use this kind of yeast if I'm going to do that. Because I don't like this yeast very much. It is a lot cheaper than this yeast. I was shocked when I went to go get another jar of this to do that short, and it was like $9 for a jar of yeast. All right. So, there's one more thing we're going to need here, and that is butter. Here's the butter. See how the Athletics are doing. Hello. Two to two. Still, Texas about to get through the A's lineup. Looks like Jacob Wilson hits a sharp comebacker to the mound. The pitcher cannot feel it as he's struck by the ball, and the catcher does not feel it in time for Jacob Wilson out. That should be a single. What's that?
I was just gonna say it's safe.
Yeah, I think that qualifies as a single. It's not an error. He hit the pitcher's foot. The pitcher kicked the ball out of the air basically with his foot. Cool. Good job, Jacob Wilson. He's on both my fantasy teams, so it kind of helped me a lot if he was to do well. I'm gonna wash my hands so that I have good cooking hygiene. I'm going to need to wait for this water to get hot. Oh, warm water. So warm. So warm and satisfying. Once I get this all ready to go here, I'm going to bring this up here. I'll do that right now. I'm thinking could come from over here. Well, probably over here is better. So we're going to turn the camera around like so. There we go. Need to wait for that to get all the way hot. What we can do while we're waiting for that to get all the way hot is we can cut the tablespoon of butter in it. Just a tablespoon of butter helps the medicine go down. Alright, good. Put the butter back. Hopefully this is all the way hot? Not quite. It takes such a long time to get hot. Crazy. Alright, there we go. That's getting hot. So, we're going to take 1/4 cup. We're going to take 1/4 cup of very maximally hot water from the tap. To say, not like boiling or anything, but very hot. 1/4 cup. Then, actually, I'm going to add another 1/2 cup to this. Be hotter. That's pretty hot. Another 1/4 cup. Alright. Now we're going to add the yeast. I'm going to put a tablespoon of the good yeast. And the reason I divided the water a little differently than it says in the recipe is because I'm going to also add a tablespoon of the other yeast. Part of my ongoing experimentation with this bread baking process. It's quite tricky, you know. I think they have some saying like baking is like science while cooking is like art, something like that. Now, turn this on. We're going to get a 1/2 cup. That's this one right here. And that 1/2 cup is going to go here into this butter. So this is the same amount of water that I normally use, but I've divided it a little bit differently than it says. It says to put a 1/4 cup in here, 5/8 of a cup in here. I instead put a 1/4 and 1/8 of a cup in here, and I put 1/2 cup in here. So it's the same total amount of water. It's just divided differently among the two vessels because I wanted to make sure there was enough water in here to bloom the extra yeast. guess we can put the flour in here. One cup. Two cups. We'll start with that. We'll add a little bit more if we need to. Leave this out because we'll need that for another part of the process too. This we can rinse out and put away. The yeast is blooming up nicely, but we're going to give it a little bit more time. I don't want to rush that part of the process. What I am going to do now, though, is put in the half teaspoon of salt. This is a half teaspoon. That's salt. Just pour that in there like that. Good job, us. Next, we're going to get this thing in preparation for when it's time to do the next step. I'm going to leave these here. I'm going to put this in here. And you know what? I think I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And hey, Tyrell, I know the answer to that question. It's Telly Savalas. Is that their most recent video? Yeah. Oh no, 2 weeks ago. Okay. They're active. This is great. I could do this for sure. All right, well, I gotta go to the bathroom. Let me do that right now. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's very helpful. All right, we've got JT again, pitching here, trying to get the third out of the top of the fourth inning while I go to the bathroom. I will be back, but it may be wrapping up the stream relatively soon, but not quite a second. Sweet urination, sweet urine freshness. Oh, wonderful urine, wonderful time. Oh wow! The radio broadcaster got a foul ball
Yeah.
in the booth. Chris Carey was super excited for him. Oh, I finally understand what's going on with this series. I can't believe I haven't figured this out until now. I've been watching the series. I this is so obvious, but I was thinking like, God, they keep starting these games in Arlington so late because it's 2 hours. It's 2 hours ahead of us. So if it's 6:40 there, it must be 8:40 here. You know, like I mean, if it's 6:40 here, it must be 8:40 there. They're starting the games at almost 9 o'clock. They're not playing in Arlington. They're at Sacramento. They're starting the games at 6:40. Doy, Eric. How did I? How did I not notice that? All right, we've got some great yeast action. I'm very pleased with the way the cooking of this yeast has gone here. I think we're in store for a dynamite success story. Full of great dynamite performances. That's a little too challenging. Let's just do this. This will be fine. All right, so, see here we've got wonderfully proofed yeast. Beautiful. We'll pour this water in here. Then we'll pour it out into here so that I can rinse out more of the yeast. That should be fine. Put those there. Now we're going to put this here. Go like that. Now we're going to lift this up. Now we just got to spin it around. Kind of looks like we could use a little bit more water. I'm going to get a little bit more water in this. Not a lot. That should be helpful. Ah, there, it locked in place finally. Now we just let that go around a bit. I like how it holds it in the air. Yeah, I'm baking, Alex. We're making a loaf of bread here. Watching a little baseball, making a little loaf of bread. I doubled the yeast in the recipe. I want to see how much I can get it to rise. All right, Kitty, I'll get you more food. I don't have to pull it up, you know, I can just do it like that. stop, God. Oh my God. How terrible. There. Yeah, a little bit more. Basically, I want to make sure that it's not under-kneaded at all. Alright, giving it plenty of time in the mixer, making sure it's kneaded to perfection. I think that's good enough. Alright, we'll leave that like that. We're going to cover this with some saran wrap so that, because if you don't cover it when it rises, then it gets these like dried out parts on it. Saran wrap, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. There's no reason for all this difficulty. There we go. We've got a loaf of bread right there ready to rise. Now, I'll leave that on. Oh, what is that? Oh. What in the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. I know it's disgusting, whatever it is. Seems like it's rendered fat. The joyful ignorance of before you look behind something. Alright. Fine. Put it right there. That should be fine. Put that, turn it off now. These things can be thrown away. And put this back in here. Okay. We're done with that stage of the process. Just need to let that rise for a while. And put the timer on. All right. Let's go back to the living room briefly. I got a loaf of bread going.
That's exciting.
It's rising right now.
Hi, Alex Holdfast.
Make a fancy twisty crisscrossy braided thing. I don't know if I've got those kind of baking skills. I'm still trying to master loaf of bread. I'm figuring out some things about loaf of bread. You know, you've got to figure out the exact timing for you with your loaf of bread in your oven. For me, it's 500 degrees. Something like as much as 22 minutes maybe, but maybe a little less. Still trying to figure it out. Me and my loaf, right? Where the yeast blooms. A story about me and my loaf. Once I get this process down so it comes out perfect at this size loaf, then I'll always cook it that way, but I'm still trying to nail down the specifics of that. I could make something else as well here because, you know, it's around dinner time. All we've had so far is a couple of noodles today. So, what could I make? Well, I could make macaroni and cheese. I could make in theory, I could make taco salad. I don't think we got any tortillas. I wish we had, because I don't think I could make burritos accordingly. I could make eggs and bacon. I could make eggs and sausage. We did get breakfast ingredients at the store. I could barbecue some chicken. Potentially put it in a salad. That's possible. I did get broccoli. I could make broccoli and rice, or I could make broccoli and, say, smoked sausage without a starch. That's possible too. We could have bread as the starch after dinner. We still got some jam, so I'll be able to put, and we'll serve her bread and butter and jam, which is better than just bread and butter. I wonder if I need to let my loaf rest after it comes out of the oven a bit. Because in the status quo, I've not been able to make any kind of a clean cut into the loaf of bread. It's too fall aparty when I cut. Maybe I could use a different kind of knife. I've been using a serrated knife because that's generally what's advisable for bread. But hi, Argala. What is up? Well, I'm watching the baseball game. I'm talking about the challenges of bread. I've been, working on baking a loaf of bread for a while now. The first time I attempted it, I accidentally took one loaf and made it into two loaves. So they came out super small. But It actually came out perfect. But I don't want to make loaves that size. So I'm having to figure out how to get it that perfect with the full size loaf. Good job. Good job, Shay Langoliers. You've gotten yourself a stand up double here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And it's a tie game, 2-2. You've been I for a while. I've been I for a while? I've been live for a while? Well, yeah, Yeasty Blooms. Assorted mixed yeast flora. I've been live for a while, but not nearly as long as I was live for yesterday. I was live for like 12 hours today. What happened? I have to go look back at that and see what happened exactly. I'm leaving, says that lady, I think. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, nice. Oh, no, this is just not even deep enough to advance Shea Langoliers. But you always get good wood on Max Muncie. Did it hit him on the head? Is that what happened? God damn these fucking neighbors. How important it is to be responsible with our language. That wasn't so bad, but you know, I don't like the tone. All right, Tyler Soderstrom here with an opportunity to drive in Langoliers. Work the count to 2-0. Starting pitcher Rocker is still in for the Rangers, and I believe Gann is still in for the Athletics. So, bang goes the swing of the bat, fouled away. Two balls, one count, one strike now is the count. You know what I was just musing in my head there? What I could do for a starch potentially is potatoes. 400 for an hour. Or I could peel them, chop them up, and boil them, and then make kind of mashed potatoes out of that. That's not a bad idea. Cheesy, buttery, salty mashed potatoes with some sour cream. Sounds pretty good. Soderstrom works the walk. Advances the first. Man, I'm first and second now with one out. That's not necessarily always a great development because it does mean double play is a possibility. But we'll take the base. Now, the Rangers manager slash or pitching coach is walking out the mound. Looks like the pitching coach because he didn't have his hand out for the ball. He's gonna Give him a talking to. Now here's what you want to do. Here, see. Throw the pitch like so. Make the guy not be able to hit it. Let me ask Rachel what she wants for dinner. Rachel, what would you like for dinner?
What?
What would you like for dinner? Let me give you a couple possibilities.
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
Yeah. I'm asking you what you want for dinner.
Oh, I don't know.
Would you like, I could do baked potatoes and broccoli, maybe a smoked sausage. You want that?
That sounds good. I might not have this one sausage since we're gonna have bread too.
Okay. All right, I'll do the baked potatoes. I'll get this started right now. Actually, I'm gonna do mashed potatoes.
Okay, so bread and he's getting through.
All right, Jacob Wilson at the plate with an opportunity to drive in a run, gets contact, fouls it off. That takes the count to 0-2. He's a good defensive hitter, protects the plate well. Doesn't strike out that often. But he's got an uphill battle here with 2 strikes on him. Meanwhile, Athletics are warming up in the pen. It appears as though the 5th may have been Ginn's last inning. Wilson fouls another one off. That was weird because that didn't sound like Rachel at first. Well, it was her the whole time, Alex. From the first thing you heard to the last thing you heard. I'm watching the Athletic game. Jacob Wilson gets good contact on that. Get over his head. Oh, it's enough. Shea Langoliers will advance to third on that, probably. Now he's to second. All right, well, 2 outs now. You know what they say, 2-out hits will get you to heaven. I'm going to use this pot to boil the potatoes. I decided to boil them instead of bake them. It's a little faster. Well, quite a bit faster. But what I have to do before I boil the potatoes is I need to get the water boiling and I need to peel the potatoes. Get some water, put in the pot. Get the potatoes out. Put a decent amount of water in there. Get this on the stove and get it started. There we have it. Now, for our next job, we're actually going to go into the living room. Now, this is kind of a crazy idea, but this is what we're going to do. That might be a problem. You know what? I'm going to make them anyway, even though we only have 4 potatoes. I thought we had a little bit more potatoes than that. I'm gonna need one more thing here. Plate to put the peeled potatoes on. So the Athletics are still up to bat. McNeil is 2-1 is the count. Still got man on first and second here in the bottom of the fifth. Okay. Let's do it just like this. With the wiggy wiggy wah wah wiggy wiggy woo. Now that's not Matlock, that's what's his name? Columbo. That was Columbo. He was a frumpy detective who played dumb and took advantage of the perp's misconceptions about his abilities. They were always fooled. Oh, this dumb detective's never going to figure it out. Well, he always did. Okay, that's one potato. Max Muncy up to the plate now, with the bases loaded, as McNeil apparently drew the walk while I wasn't looking. So, Muncy swings wildly at the first pitch and earns himself a strike in the process. No. Now it's 1-1. Muncy takes ball 2, inside, low and inside. If you're kind of a casual fan of baseball, you might think, isn't Max Muncy play for the Dodgers? There's another Max Muncy that plays for the Dodgers. Same name, different guy. Muncy fouls this one off. 3-2 is the count. Bases are loaded, so the Rangers have no place to put Muncy. Potato number 2 is done. You're doing a great job of peeling these two. I'm not wasting. Oh, Muncy. Oh no, he fouled it off. Good. That's strike 3. Good job, Muncy. Way to defend the plate. I believe in you, Max Muncy. I believe that you will save the day. Bang, fouled off again. Way to make him work, Muncy. Way to make him work. Oh, boo. That's fine. Muncy strikes out. All right, well, I only got one shredded potato so far on the floor. That's not too bad. Last potato. Still, that's the second piece of potato. Still 2, 2, 2. Now we're going to have to put faith in our bullpen here to keep the game tied until we can score some more runs. Yeah. Done and done. That was better than trying to peel those standing up in the kitchen. All right. No broken legs yet. Sacre bleu. You ever seen a real game of baseball in real life? Well, there's one on TV. In fact, it looks like, oh, that's Seager. Okay. No, that is Gann. Gann is still in the game. Seager was the batsman. So, in fact, Gann is still in the game. They were warming up in the bullpen, but figured Gann maybe has another inning or two left in it, I guess. We're going to chop up this potato. Except. Okay, potatoes are chopped up. And these should take about 15 minutes once it's boiling. Maybe even a whisper less than that, but we need to get another pot of water boiling for the broccoli. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot. I went to get broccoli yesterday at the store, but it looks terrible, so I didn't get any broccoli. Totally forgot. Alright, well, I guess we'll just forego the vegetable. I could make a really simple salad. Regardless, I gotta make the smoked sausage now too. Hi, Ruben. You're making mac and cheese. Now sprinkle a little smoked cracked paprika on top. You know what? I don't think we have any cracked paprika or any other kind of paprika. Maybe I should get some. Maybe go around. Two paprika things. So, all right, I'll do the smoked sausage. It's a good thing to mac and cheese, huh? I'll keep that in mind next time I'm browsing the spice aisle at the store, which I do periodically. They pulled Ginn. He's got a runaround first, so we have the bullpen in, and Hogan Harris is on the mound. I'm pleased with that choice by Kotze. I feel pretty positive about Hogan Harris. However, he's behind in the count to Carter, 2-0. All right, so the potatoes are going to go in the pot. And then I guess we just do smoked sausage. What can I do for like I could do a plain salad, like just lettuce and dressing. Oh, I think did I get tomatoes? I was thinking about it, but I don't think I did. So, salad does sound good, but the salad bowl is being occupied by the bread that's rising. So, I've got Roquefort dressing. I don't want to make a salad without having access to the salad bowl that I always use, which is great for making salad. All right. So all we've got on the menu right now is potatoes and sausage. Rachel's already indicated she's probably not going to have any sausage. Well, let's go look at the cans of things and see if there's anything promising. Do we even have like a can of corn or something? No, no can of corn. There's a can of pineapple chunks. Can of chunky soup. Progresso soup. Let's go look in the pantry, but I'm thinking I'm lying to myself and believing we might have a can of vegetables in here. Well, we do have a can of corn in here. I could make some corn. We also have this jar of olives in here. I could serve us each some olives. What else? Well, we've got peach slices and 100% fruit juice from concentrate. You know what? Maybe I like the idea of corn and peaches. Corn, peaches, potatoes, and sausage. I like this idea. I think it's going to work out well. I can just cook the corn in the microwave. Peaches don't require any cooking. All right, now this is ready to boil the potatoes. Good. Just let that go. About 15 minutes. I'm going to need to put a timer for 15 minutes on. The microwave, I believe, does have a timer on it, separate of you actually using it. Maybe it doesn't. I think I'm thinking of the old microwave that broke and I had to throw it out. Stuffing sausage for bread is not the right swap. The bread is something that's like dessert. We're not even including the bread as part of the meal. So the carbs I'm using here are potatoes. Corn, I guess, is also a carb. I'm not sure. But the indulgence, you could say, is the bread. No, Rachel doesn't like to eat meat that much. She's not a vegetarian or anything, but she just doesn't like to eat meat that much. I'm not sure if it has to do with, I don't know what it has to do with. It could be like she's trying to lose weight. It could be she doesn't like to eat animals. It could be that she doesn't like the taste of meat that much, or I really have no idea. But she usually declines the meat part of the meal. So I'll be eating the whole smoked sausage myself. All right, well, now that I'm not doing broccoli, I guess I could just get started on the sausage. In one bite, yes. I'm gonna eat this smoked sausage now like I'm deep throating it. I'm just gonna all the way down to my belly. I gotta part out that big package of ground beef I got yesterday. I can put it in the freezer. But I can do that a little bit. I'm gonna do that right there. Easy open my eye. I've heard of easy open, but this is ridiculous. We're going to simmer that in a little bit of water. But you know what? I'm going to be smart instead of retarded. We're going to chop this up before we cook it, but it's a lot easier to chop up. This is for me, so I basically want to dice it as small as I can since I've got all these issues with chewing. Good. All right, that's good enough. Now it's good enough. Put this half in. Chop up the second half. words. Okay. There we go. Nice and chopped up. I put it in the pan. And then we're going to turn on the fire. I never turned on that timer, did I? Well, we'll just have to figure out when they're done the old-fashioned way. Those are really not done. I guess about 10 more minutes. This fire's on good. We're gonna just put the lid on here. I was gonna put a little water in here. Well, I don't think it's necessary. With them chopped up so small. Next order of business. A can opener. We use this to open this. Now we got our corn. Oh, this is creamed corn. Alright, well, I wasn't expecting that, but that's fine. We're going to empty this into this bowl. Put this can in the trash. Now we're going to put a little saran wrap over the top of this. Oh! Woo. That was close. I tilted the bowl too much and I almost spilled out my cream corn. But the saran wrap prevented the spill. Now, I'm not sure how long to cook cream corn for, but I'm going to say 2.5 minutes. So, to do the mashed potatoes, I'll just do them in that pot that they're cooking in, that's fine. Alright. Now we're going to get a peaches plate. Peaches will get their own plate so they don't get other elements wet with their peachiness. That's not a good fork for this purpose, Eric. Who are you trying to fool here? I know what I'm going to do. To maximally special this. Optimize this for specialness. What I'm going to do, I'm not going to eat all those pieces. That went for everything. Fine. I'll throw that away in a second. I can't eat that much sugar, but the thing is, this is not in syrup, it's in fruit juice, so it's not as bad. You need more food? Yeah, I'm sorry, let me get that for you. Alright, so we've got the peaches on the plate. Now I'm going to do something that may take you back to a simpler time. You may say, oh my God, Eric, on the nose, exactly what you should have done. You're going to be surprised. You're like, why didn't I think of that? Is what you're going to say. That's right. Cottage cheese. The natural complement. Natural complement to peaches. Toss that around a little bit. Et voila. All right, Cleo, get your food right now. There you go, sweetie. All right. Check out the potatoes now. Still not done. Get another 5 minutes or so, probably. This I would say, give it another couple minutes too, I guess. Turn it down now. Not to burn. Okay. Hi, Peter Nice Fan. The right way to absorb nutrients. Listen, Ruben, there's no right or wrong way to absorb nutrients. Everybody has their own way of getting nutrition. For some, it's eating food. For others, photosynthesis. Still others harvest the thermal energy of deep sea volcanic vents to provide themselves sustenance, feasting upon the rich mineral soup surrounding the output of our nation's magma core. All right. Things are going well. We're making good progress. We could get out some ingredients for the final potato product if we wanted to. Hey, the A's are 4-2. I don't know how we got those runs, but that's what I get for cooking, I guess. Oh, she's Langoliers at a home run. Who got on second base? So it looks like. Oh, wait. I missed it. I don't know who's on second base. Maybe Denzel Clark? Anyway, here in the. What is this inning? Bottom of the sixth inning. Cole Winn coming up to face Shea Langoliers. Let's see what happens. I already know the answer. Oh, that's Lawrence Butler on second. Okay. Langoliers takes a pitch, 1-0. Here comes the pitch, 2-0. Oh, he's behind in the count now. He gets a strike from Langoliers, 2-1. Mike Trout having himself a resurgence. Bang! 467. That's a pretty big homer. Great job, Shea. Great job. All right, now we are in the top of the seventh, and the Athletics have a 4-2 lead. Nobody out. 1-1 the count. Time to go back and deal with the food. All right, this is done. Now let's check on the potatoes. Need a little bit more time. Just another couple, 3-4 minutes maybe. While we're waiting for that, we can get out a couple of these TV trays. Put one here, put one over here. And we're going to begin building the platter by putting the peaches and cottage cheese on the tray like that. Okay, that's our starting plate. Now we're going to get the corn from out of the microwave. It seems pretty hot. I think I'll probably leave it right there in the bowl until everything else is ready so it stays hot. But when I do serve it, I think I'm going to serve it Well, I'll have to put it on the big plate. There's no avoiding it. I can do that plate plus this plate. And that fits. But that's all it's gonna fit. All right. Now, we've got the plate ready to put stuff on. Let's call this one my plate. And I'm going to some kind of a scooper. This will be fine. I scoop this onto here. Naturally, I will give Rachel more of the potatoes since she's not having the meat. More of the corn, too. That's a good initial serving for me. And then put some mustard on the plate. Alright, that's probably too much mustard, but no big whoop, that's fine. Let's check on the potatoes again. I think they should be about done now. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Then we'll get the strainer out. And put that on the top like that. Take this off the fire. We're going to bring it over here to the sink. Then we're going to strain the potatoes like this. Alright. Now that we have the potatoes in here like so, we're going to add the other ingredients. What other ingredients? Well, naturally we're going to put some butter in here. But first let's bring it back over here to the stovetop. Get out our masher. We're going to chop about half a stick of butter, let's say. And we could put this is like most of the stick. We could, well, it's not that much potatoes. Put that butter in. And we're going to get some of this half and half. Put this in here too, but let me use this spoon to try and get this butter melted a bit more before we add the half and half. You know what? I don't think we got more sour cream when we went to the store. Alright, well that's fine. We will make do with some other ingredients. Put some of this cheese in. And some pepper. We're going to stir that up. And we won't put ketchup in the main pot here, but we'll offer it on the side. I guess I should put a little bit more butter instead of not having any sour cream. Who loves you, baby? That's looking really magnificent so far. Just scoop this around as per meow. So we have a nice, delicious ball of potatoes. Wonderful. That's looking perfect. Okay, now we'll serve Rachel some corn and some potatoes. This is still nice and hot because I left the saran wrap on top of it. Need a scooper. Well, I guess I'll use this. Not normally what this is for, but Now, potatoes. You know what? We did not need more than 4 potatoes, so no problems there. I'll take mine over there. How's that, Katie? Got this ketchup. I want to get a drink. Come on. Bring Rachel hers. I don't know where she is. Let me figure that out. Rachel! Hey, Rachel! Your dinner's ready. I could carry it up there to her. Let me do that. Hey, it's 6-2. 6-2. How do you like that? Alright, I don't know if she has a drink, but I'm ready to eat a little food before I do anything else and sit down in this chair and rest my sore back. Oh. Alright, let's see how everything tastes. That's quite a feast, huh? Mmm. No kitty. Mmm. Cream corn, I haven't had that in a long time. That's good. I'm gonna try the cottage cheese. That's a proper cottage cheese. I don't like the Daisy brand cottage cheese. Those peaches are really good. And they're in fruit juice, not syrup, so it's not such a diabetic coma. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, we're talking about a real smorgasbord here. Trouble, get away. Here, have some milk sausage. The potatoes need more salt. Put a little on the corn too. You want another piece of sausage, Trouble? Here. Mark Leiter Jr. is on the mound for the Athletics. We've got a 4-run lead here in the top of the 8th inning. Things are looking pretty good. It's not over till it's over. Boo. Spilled a little cottage cheese on myself. It's okay. The cream corn is better with some more salt on it too. It's productions like this that won me the Nobel Prize in cooking. Yeah. A lot of TESE stuff. Hi, Heather. Oh, sure. Your name's probably Heather P, not Heather, but I thought it might be fun to call you Heather. Get on there. Mmm. That's some fine cottage cheese. Mmm. That is a true. Yeah, I know. I thought it'd be fun to call you Heather. Okay. That. Well, I have one more bite of potatoes now, but this is more or less satiated me for the time being. Mmm. Hmm. Wow. There's a party in my mouth, and you're all invited. She's upstairs talking to her friend on the phone. I took her dinner up to her on a tray like this, so she's been fed. Good. To the motherfucking good. So good. I just keep thinking I'm done, but they keep reeling me back in. Does anybody else remember peaches and cottage cheese? Kind of like a classic thing that like, old ladies would get at I don't know, a Sizzler or something. Oh, that's a wonderful taste sensation. I really like this Corona non-alcoholic. It's so good. Okay, fine. I eat one more bite of potatoes. Might as well. I've gotten so close to the end of them here. All right, now let's take this into the kitchen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's out of here. This is now a one-run game. The Athletics saw their four-run lead just be cut to one run. Eat your food. Go ahead. You obviously do not want to actually eat your food. I don't know why I let you fool me like that. 13 minutes till we punch down the bread. Put it in the loaf former. Once we do that, then we can preheat the oven to 500. It takes as long for the second rise as it takes for the oven to preheat, same amount of time. So, put the ketchup back. I'll deal with that later. This plate's empty, we can go in the sink. There's Capillo, enjoying her precious time in bed. What a sweetie. Sweetie Bobidi. Makes me happy to see her sleeping in her bed because there's still touch and go there. Trouble was trying to claim her bed as his territory. I seem to have successfully prevented that from happening. Another year older and deeper in debt. How old is she? Oh, I'd say about 8 or 9, probably. She was born right before I got with Kimberly. Kimberly lasted 2.5 years. Rachel and I will be will be 7 years in September. So in September she'll be about 9.5, I would guess. Which is shocking to hear. I hadn't calculated her age for a long time. I was just kind of stuck in this past point in history where she was about 5 or 6. She's older than that. One of the brothers of our siblings passed 19 years old. We still have a sister. You had a cat live to 19? Well, that's kind of reassuring to hear. We only have another decade in her. Yeah, she and I have, because she was born in bed next to me. Her mom gave birth to her in bed next to me. She was the one kitten we couldn't find a home for. And so I kept her, and she's lived with me in Temple City, in Laverne, in Arcadia, and now here in Mariposa. I'm pleased with how I've dealt with this pet. Like, I don't feel any sense of like, ah, there was that moment where I didn't adequately take care of my pet. I don't have any sense of that with Capillo. All right, we're going to smoke a cigarette. We're going to come back inside and we will we'll figure out what's next then. But for now, we're going to go outside and smoke a cigarette. I do have matches. They're in my pocket. We've got Canal on the mound. And I don't think he's the pitcher who gave up the 3 runs because this is only his 7th pitch. We just need to get 3 more outs, or 4 more outs. Even if we don't score any runs, we can get 4 more outs without giving up any more runs. We'll win. Uh-oh. All right, good job. Denzel Clark makes a fairly difficult play in center field look easy, as he often does. Very skilled defensive catcher. You coming out trouble? No? Yes? Come on. Come on, mister. Let's go. All right, you're staying in then. Sorry, you had your chance. You didn't take advantage of it. Yeah, they're the same price as real beer. Yeah, I don't. Vaping is a woefully inadequate substitute for smoking. I'd be better off just not having nicotine at all than vaping. You know what they say? Only losers vape. Winners smoke. Actually, gee, I can't really drink soda anymore because I've got diabetes slash pre-diabetes or something, so I'm limited to sugar-free beverages, and this is perfect. But even if I could drink soda, this is like my favorite beverage. Ah, it's so good. Obviously, it doesn't quite hit like a real beer, but it does a surprisingly good job of approximating, given everything. Well, I've drawn the moths into my walkway with the leaving the lights on. But you know who's going to appreciate that? The bats. You agree you ended up doing both, so that's not good. I didn't end up doing both because the whole time I was vaping, it was just like, God, this is some shitty substitute for a cigarette. I hate this. So as soon as I gave up the commitment to vaping and smoked a cigarette again, I was like, I'm not hitting that thing anymore. That's so inferior a product. What is it? I'm a sober alcoholic. Wouldn't it trigger me? What? Non-alcoholic beer? I mean, I didn't drink any non-alcoholic beer for the first few years of my sobriety, but eventually well, I know what caused me to start drinking it was they came out with Heineken Zero. I'm like, okay, well that has 0.0 alcohol in it. It's not like less than 0.5 or something. So I'll give that a shot. It's been a few years since I had alcohol. And in fact, it was astonishingly good. When it first hit my lips, I was just like, oh my God, where have you been in my life? Delicious flavor. Denzel Clark strikes out. I know, he broke his bat. Never mind. He's walking the bat boy, not to back to the dugout. Non-alcoholic beer does have a teeny amount of sugar. Like this one has 1 gram of sugar. But you know, I'm very settled into my sobriety. Like I have wine in the kitchen that I cook with, whiskey that I have in the house for guests and that I might cook with. No, Rachel's not a drinker either, and she's no, I didn't see them, Acacia. Did you text them to me or did you put it in the chat? Rachel's on kind of a lot of medications, and that wouldn't be good for her to drink in conjunction with those medications. I can't imagine me drunk. The mushroom trips are interesting enough. Well, the thing about my engagement with intoxication on drugs other than alcohol is the closest thing is mushrooms. Like when I'm deep into my mushrooms, I'm kind of like not exactly driving the bus anymore. But she occasionally has like a sip of wine or something to be social. I couldn't recall the types of seeds you were planting, but suggested Winifred and Beauregard. Are you talking about? Are you talking about people to type? Are you talking about the seeds that I planted in the seed tray? I named them their strain names. I didn't give them personal names. Shea Langalier's up to bat. He's already got a home run in the game, but a little dribbler to. Oh, the surnames for the strains. So, when I pretty hard like I did last night, not like I wasn't so completely just unhinged last night as I sometimes get, but it was on that end of the spectrum. Sometimes we get too unhinged on mushrooms. I feel the next day this sense of like, oh, I was kind of out of control last night, which is kind of reminiscent of alcohol, but alcohol was way worse. Congratulations, Alex. I'm 125 days after a short release after 2 years sober. Ah, no, I don't feel that way because I would have if that had actually been Renault Conti. Then I would have been like, oh God, why did that guy have to come around when I was on mushroom? Since it wasn't, I don't have regrets about it. I don't have regrets about show media because I don't necessarily trust my intuition about things in the aftermath of mushroom trips, but I don't really need to trust my intuition on this one. It's like the amount of relief I feel to have him away says everything I need to know about that. And of course, Rachel had a bit of a. I mean, I, I was very hesitant to bring up show media because I didn't want to uh, revisit a schism that I would like to not have existent. But uh, the thing that I didn't do last night, and I couldn't have done uh, because I was using the phone to stream, but if I had read all his texts out loud, I think it might have been a little. There might have been a little less disagreement about it. What struck me this morning, in fact, was that oh, I get it now. That Mad Magazine game thing, that was a control move. I kind of wonder, like, how could some of the Effie and I be so like bad at it, right? Because he's not trying to do good things with Effie, right? He's trying to control. He was thinking, I'll send Eric this game, then he'll feel obligated to be nice about it, and he'll dance like a monkey for me. Didn't quite play out like that, but I mean, in no way, shape, or form have I ever indicated that I like Mad Magazine or the Mad Magazine game. If anybody were, he's either really, really bad at assessing what I like, or it is what I am saying it was. These kind of things I can't be determinate about, right? Because I'm interpreting uh, a willfulness that is difficult to prove. But I don't know. Like think about it this way: the day after I typed "Please for no Conti" made clear that he was not to be listened to at all, Show Media texted me with a link to one of his videos articulating some contrary to reality way of determining ENFJ from INFJ. Did a bunch of FE massaging to get me to watch the video. I watched it, I responded to what he said initially, and then he said, "That's not the part of the video I wanted you to watch." Of course, if Renault articulated some actual way of drawing the distinction that was meaningful at all, Show Media could have simply told me what that was. Renault says that Mia distinguishes Effie Dom from NI Dom. What do you think about that? Instead, he approached the thing in a way to maximally waste my time, ignore everything I'm saying all the time, and just generally, I think, polluted the chat with a bunch of worthless garbage. So I'm glad to be rid of the burden. Even if I'm wrong about his willfulness and ill intent, he nevertheless, through some kind of brokenness, was only and always a burden. And always took and never gave, from my perspective. Yeah, well, Ruben, I mean, remember how the conversation started. My point was you were willfully, purposefully, stubbornly trying to be wrong over the course of months. That is indisputably true. Okay. My initial assessment that he was ignoring everything I said and pretending as though this issue was still in dispute, even though it obviously was not, and pretending as though he might get a different answer from me if he somehow massaged me with FE enough. That is indisputable. That part's indisputable, right? Whether he was knowingly, willfully being manipulative and an energy vampire and stuff, like I said, I believe it to be the case. But I can't, it's not something I can prove, but nevertheless, that sort of thing is not anything anyone can ever prove. So the best I can do is say, I believe it to be the case and behave accordingly. And again, I have lots of receipts on my phone, right? As he's wasted endless amounts of time. Willfully stubbornly, I guess, man, I was hoping you blacked out because you completely misinterpreted my enjoyment of Rachel's head being at the bottom 20th of the screen, too. Well, look, it seems pretty obvious that I have a tendency to react very strongly to indications of accountability avoidance when I'm on mushrooms. I don't know. Maybe I was displacing my built up frustration with his ongoing burdensomeness. It's possible. Regardless, I feel a great sense of relief that he's not around. Well, it is the case that I sometimes go overboard when I'm on mushrooms. But I don't know what to do about that or say about that. I think you're spot on in your tech police video. It is not well received always on an FI basis for most. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, I don't feel compelled to change the subject. I feel like, you know, I need to do some soul searching a bit. When I think about these kind of events occurring after the fact, I don't know what to think. Part of me says maybe you should trust your intuition more when you're on mushrooms, actually, because it is the case that I realized while having that conversation just how much show media has done this thing, and that it escaped my notice, right? Like that it was a persistent pattern of dishonesty. You know, like how many times is he going to try to get me to address the question of him maybe being an INFJ before he realizes that I've already given him the answer 1,000 times? And maybe I made an erroneous intuitive leap. You know, it's really easy to get me to doubt my intuition if it's because I don't place a lot of faith in knowledge, right? I place a lot of faith in determination. So, but just because it's easy to get me to doubt my intuition, it's easy to appeal to my sense uh, of prioritizing deliberative processes over intuitive ones. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying that if I am not certain that I'm right, I shouldn't go there. But like I said, that process developed over the course of the conversation as, you know, like, was he really unaware of the implications of him immediately after me type policing Renault, linking me to one of that guy's videos to get my opinion about what he said that he knows full well is in contradiction to what I've said? Was he really that oblivious? Maybe, but I don't know. Such a relentless pattern of obliviousness seems much more likely to be indicative of something else. By the way, I was pissed because I kept giving you good answers to how hard you were tripping, but I was tripping too hard to see them. You said 3.9, 4.1, and 4.4, then ended 3.7. I think I'm tripping harder than that. Unless you're on a scale to 5, in which case, okay. You think he might be that oblivious, huh? He's FENI. Are we really convinced that he's that bad at it? I don't know. Even if I was unfair to him, I was fair to me. And that's usually not the way it goes, right? Usually I'm unfair to me and fair to other people. I mean, at what point does somebody continually annoying you cease to be just incredible ineptitude and start to be an intentional act? I don't know. He definitely got me second guessing myself here on this one, but it is what it is. You know, there are morals to this story that include me not getting so totally unhinged. But you know, there are morals to every story. Like the morals of the story of the Three Little Pigs is don't build your house out of straw or sticks. Bricks are okay. You know, F.I. Polar can be a bitch. A real bitch, I tell you. Because there's going to be multiple occasions in life where I go off on somebody and then either second guess myself later or don't second guess, but actually actively just feel bad and know that I fucked up, you know? The reason a Polar is such a bitch in general is because you're incredibly shitty at it, but it's also an absolute value. Right, well, Acacia, like I said, that unfolded as it was happening there. It's not like I came into that conversation convinced of anything other than he was actively trying to be wrong. That's why he kept trying to get me to tell him that the TE polar test was not determinate. And as I talked about it more, I began to interpret things as a pattern of malfeasance. Could have been my intuition running amok, but it's not like I went into that conversation prepared to condemn him. Rather, just thinking, all right, bro, you need to knock this the fuck off because you need to stop trying to be wrong, then there won't be a problem anymore. But as it unfolded, I interpreted things as I interpreted them, and I simply, in that state of being, lack a certain level of discretion that I probably would otherwise have that would make me revisit, like make me consider if I'm rushing to judgment or something. That's not an excuse. It, like I said to him, yeah, may explain, but it does not excuse. If in fact I can't trust myself to be responsible on mushrooms, then I shouldn't do them. This is hard to grind. Why are you being so difficult? Still a little wet. That's why. I guess it wasn't 100% dry when I put it in the jar. It's kind of nice to have some weed that's still fresh in that sense, but so anybody watch the new episode of Vending Machine today? Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon. Anybody watch that? I did. It was great. I love that show. That's pure anime candy. What a great concept. Somebody's reincarnated as a vending machine into a isekai world and teams up with a group of adventurers to, do isekai stuff. Well, because he's reincarnated into an isekai world, but more specifically, he's reincarnated into a massive dungeon in this isekai world, which includes different levels that, like, say, look like the ocean or look like uh, the mountains. So it's basically, they've just said he's going various places in the world, but we're deciding to say that they're all in one big dungeon. No, he's not wandering. He can't, in fact, he can't move by himself except through special ways because he's a vending machine. But he has this girlfriend who named Lamis, and she has the blessing of super strength. And so she carries him around on her back everywhere she goes. And he provides services to the adventurers, like lets them buy drinks or food from his vending machine. And as he's leveled up as a vending machine, he's been able to unlock transforming into different kinds of vending machines. His girlfriend is a human. I mean, are they girlfriend and boyfriend? Sort of. Obviously, there's no like sexual physicality between her and the vending machine because he's just a vending machine. Right. Well, he can turn into like his default vending machine is like drinks, or he can turn into a food vending machine. He can turn into a balloon vending machine. He can turn into like a car wash vacuum machine, and he can even turn into a machine that dispenses petrol. He's unlocked some of these abilities as he's leveled up, as I said. The thing is, whenever he does things, it expends points that he has. So, like, let's say he wants to transform, he has to spend some points to transform. But he gets points when people buy things from him. It's a pretty great concept for a show. You know what, Ruben? I think instead of he should have gone with he. What's his end goal? He's just he's just a guy who in his previous life he gets points to spend. So like say a magician has to use mana to cast a spell, and well, for him, he doesn't have mana, he's not casting a spell, he uses points, which are the equivalent of mana, which he has to spend to accomplish the various things he does. Like he can make a barrier around himself, and and if he's being attacked and there's some monster hitting the barrier, then that eats up a lot of his points to maintain the barrier. So he tries to keep his point level high. He's trying to. No, I think he's just trying to be Yeah, I think so. Especially if you went like this. Tee hee. So it's not clear what his goals are because he was just a regular Japanese guy who loved vending machines in his previous life. And then Truck Coon happens, and he wakes up to discover that he is a vending machine, and he's just standing by the bank of this lake that no one's around. So he's really getting stressed out at the beginning of the show because he has a very small amount of points, and he's running out of them. Finally, Lamis comes around, and she says, "What is this?" And she bought something from him. The thing is also, he can only communicate by using the pre-programmed phrases in the vending machine. So, like, instead of saying no, he says "zanne," which is the expression he uses if he's out of something. And instead of saying yes, he says "we have a winner," because it's Japanese vending machines. They have this thing where when you buy something, if it spins a little number and it comes out like 777, you get a free drink. Yeah, it's a great show. I like it a lot. It's fun. Anyway, each level of the dungeon has a its own like branch of the Adventurers Guild, and they each have their own director. So, um, like what the progress in the story is basically they're being pushed further down into the dungeon as they go from level to level. The director like forwards them further down. The new director does for different reasons depending. My dad is a violent drunk. I'm sorry to hear that. My dad was a non-violent drunk. I wouldn't really call him drunk. I never really saw my dad drunk. Even though he had to be drunk every single night. How much he drank. Nicely done, Ruben. Nicely done. That's a pretty good bong rip. Let's see if we can do even better this time. Like gym leaders, they're adventurer guild leaders. Anyway, they're currently dealing with the fact that the leader of the Menagerie of Fools, which is a subset of one of the adventurer guilds, uh, he had his son was cursed, and the Netherlord is using that to extort the Menageries of Fools family to to betray the rest of the group and promote the Netherlord's business. So anyway, the vending machine was there with this other lady named Pity. Pity is a girl who lives in a giant clamshell, and they were being held hostage by the Netherlord's people, but they tricked them, and they got them to they got the bad guys to let them have a barbecue on the roof. for which, of course, the vending machine was going to provide the food. Well, what he did was he pumped the bad guy lady full of beer. He just kept giving her beers. And then she had to go to the bathroom. And when she went to the bathroom, he turned into a balloon vending machine, filled his barrier with balloons, and used pity's power of determining how heavy something is. Like she could take something very heavy and make it light, take something very light and make it heavy. And she lightened everything up, and they were able to float away with the balloons. And then he used one of the blower things from the car wash to shoot a little jet of air to make himself very slowly go float away. And obviously the middle finger general, as they call him, which is this giant shark monster who works for the Netherlord, he tried to chase down the vending machine in pity, but he was swimming in the water and they're up in the sky. So he shoots some things out of his holes on top of him at the vending machine. But instead of it working, it doesn't. It takes a lot of points as it hits his barrier, but then he drops a bunch of like. It looked like they were concrete blocks. I don't know. I don't know where he got the concrete blocks from. They may have been something else. I wasn't sure what they were. Anyway, he dropped a bunch of them onto the middle finger general, and they fell into the middle finger general's holes and clogged them, and he died. And so it was that Pity and the vending machine floated away towards safety as the episode ended. Hope you I hope you enjoyed that recap of today's vending machine episode. Well, it was another kind of fun thing about it is like he's a man who's a vending machine, but because he's just a vending machine, like the girls will take him into their locker room and like change around him, but they'll also feel shy, like, oh, yeah, we need you in here because you're providing toiletries for us. But now we're shy to take off our clothes because you're a man inside. The romance between Lammis and the vending machine it's very strange because obviously it's a vending machine. It can't even roll around on its own. She has to carry it everywhere. And then, she'll leave it at some place like in the town square during the day so he could do his business of selling drinks and stuff. And then she'll move him around. But also, he always has to go with them on their adventures because once they got used to eating his ready and convenient, hot, delicious Japanese vending machine meals, well, there's no going back. It's like everyone's like, I'm sorry, we're not going on an adventure with a bag of cold cheese and salami like we used to. Hako has to come with us. His name's Hako, which means basically box. So anyway, Hako is a necessary team member now because he's the perfect provisions guy. He, when they're thirsty, he can turn into a drink machine. When they're hungry, he can turn into a food machine. When they need, like for example, apparently there are Japanese vending machines that do this, but he can put out a portable toilet thing. It's basically like a container with a bag and some powder and stuff you put in there, and then this like plastic, like little sitting station. It provides privacy. Was it like that? Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it does look great. It's funny. It's like it's a much more stylized version of this. It looks a lot bigger in the cartoon than this, but I think they just needed to be bigger so that it would make sense that it could. It I don't know why they made it look bigger in the cartoon. I don't know. I'm gonna pull it up so I can show you what it does look like in the cartoon, and then I will have seen your vending machine, and you will have seen mine. Okay. Well, hmm. So that's Pity on top of the vending machine right now, in her big clamshell. That's not the best view of it, but let's see if we can do better. Come on, pull it back so we can see it better. Give me a better view. So here now he's the blower vending machine that's helping him to blow away. See? But we go to where he starts being the balloon vending machine. It's like right here. There it is. Oh, I just went a little bit too far. Hako, hurry. Form change. Oh, well, they didn't show it very long. But you got a chance to see it. You got a chance to see it. That's his default vending machine right there. Is this one with the drinks in it? See what other vending machines he makes is this episode. I forget if there are other ones. Sure there are. All right. So, all right. That's the family that betrayed everybody, but understandably because they're extorting them with their child's well-being. But still, I highly recommend that show. Oh. Now I'm processing this show media stuff and all of a sudden like I don't know what to make of it exactly, but I do know that I prefer myself to be a more gentle person than that. Even even if it were justified, I prefer myself to be a more gentle person. And instances in the past where my temporary state of being has caused me to, you know, be very rough with somebody else. And it hasn't necessarily even been like I was on drugs. I remember one time I was just in a super bad mood, and this dude who was coming around the channel getting excited about it called me, and I was really brusque and rude to him. But it's like I was in a bad place myself at that moment, but still I've regretted it ever since. But that guy did nothing to deserve anything at all. But he was without sin cast the first stone, I guess. On the other hand, if I if my intuition were entirely right, then no good shall come of coddling such stuff. But even then, I still preferred myself to be a more gentle person. I have to see if my next mushroom trip can successfully be informed by these experiences that I've had. Like, is mindfulness a potential mitigator when you're dealing with getting unhinged? Possibly. I'm not really sure. Oh, Eric. Why are you such a problem child? The greater hooked squid was caught by scientists from the Falkland Islands Government Fisheries Department during a deep water research cruise. We took the animal from the catch, and it was very weak with arms and tentacles still moving. While the mantle of the squid was opened for maturity assessment, we witnessed an unusual event. What is that quote from? Hmm. I'm very sensitive, but I'm not very good at keeping that in mind sometimes. I don't know. Fuck me in the ass and call me Tuesday. This is like the worst kind of thing to deal with because it requires FI to successfully process slash deal with this kind of thing, or to the extent that it's a specific kind of failure. It's a failure of FI in the moment. I bet you that most people who take mushrooms don't get mean on them. It doesn't seem strange. It seems contraindicative to what all the hippies say about psychedelics. Of course, that's me on mushrooms and Adderall, which, they're two great tastes that go great together in terms of my experience of fun, potentially. but it also could play out like that. So, well, Adderall by itself doesn't do that. Mushrooms by themselves probably don't do that. I don't ever do mushrooms by themselves, but um, I'm on more Adderall today than I was yesterday. So it has something to do with the combination. Yeah, it's kind of maybe something also that's implicit to me where the thing I'm seeking also means like sacrificing discretion to a degree that's not desirable, right? Like, so with alcohol, the thing I got from it required way too much sacrifice of discretion consistently, as well as many other ones, right? But uh, the thing I get from the mushrooms Adderall combination also is at the expense of sacrificing some discretion. Makes me wonder if the thing I'm seeking maybe is in fact that, sadness, sadness and sorrow. Borrow some gladness from gladdest tomorrow. And I remember when I had to go to see the men who told you so. Yes, sadness and sorrow, sorrow and pain. Sadness tomorrow means sadness again. And how does one cope with everything, with a world full of suffering, with one's own inadequacies, what one simply doesn't. Hi, darling. Ooh, ah. What's that I saw? Ooh, ah. Where is my car? Ooh, ah. What is the spirit of you today? I said, ooh, ah. You look like my mom, but don't worry, Mom was a beautiful woman. You and she have a lot in common. You're both named Jane, and you're both a woman. And also you remind me of how she spoke. Ooh, ah. What's that you saw when you went to the lake the other day with my mom? Did you see what you expected when you agreed to go? Did you say, ooh, ah? Never break the law. We only have our civility between us and barbarity. Does ooh really ah when you know what you saw that night? Was that the sound of passion? Ooh, ah. Or was it the sound of fright? And when the scholars of tomorrow look to the diaries of today and they read ooh, ah, will they know why we say these words, these sounds, these whispers? I hope, thank you, Rachel. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope everybody has a new appreciation for ooh, ah. You might think, those are just guttural noises. But isn't there a lot more to it? I'm going to do one more little song. I'll do Cool Shuffle. A boop a doop a dab a doop a doop a doop a da. A boop a doop a dab a dab a doop a doop a da. Ba da ba ba dooba ba dee ba dee da. Ba doop boop a dab a dab a doop a dee ba. sorry, what?
Can you sing a song about how I like hanging out with you?
Sure, darling. Of course I can. I like hanging out with you. No matter what we're gonna do. I'm not saying something untrue at all. I like hanging out with you. I think you make a great stew. I wanna go to town together when we go. But sometimes it's like, no, never mind, because I get it. You're sleeping and I don't wanna bother you and tell you to come to the store with me and interrupt your rest. I mean rest. I mean rest. I mean rest. I mean rest. Rest. I'm not sure where that was supposed to go, but I do know this. I like hanging out with you. Don't matter what it is we do. I like hanging out while going out to do a thing or two. I like to go to the casino. I like to also go to the store. Or even go to the post office. That's what we need to go to town for. I like hanging out inside the car. I like hanging out in the living room and also I like hanging out on the front porch when the neighbors are being quiet. If they're being too loud with their terrible music and crowds, well, then we could move around to the back. I like hanging out with you. Thank you. I have FL specific Novation QC controller, 25 key seamless DAW integration. Love that piece of gear to bits. I wish I had some fancy thing like that. I don't even know what it is, but this is fine. I don't even know that fancy. Gaw. Yeah, this is very much like the aftermath of drinking without the hangover, where you revisit the previous night and realize, well, you thought you were, you know, as cogent as ever and correct about everything. You were kind of off the rails.
Been there, and it was when I was drunk.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say? Regret is a dish best served cold.
Oh, did they say that? Oh.
They say that about revenge.
Ah.
All right. Well, we're going outside for a cigarette, and then I think we'll probably wrap this up. I'm going to wrap this up like that song, that vulgar song by that vulgar lady.
That's a good noun, verb,
What?
word, adjective.
Which word?
Vulgar.
Yeah, it's adjective.
Her. Adjective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to put on a jacket and go out back with me?
You can go out back.
Yeah, smoke a cigarette.
Why out back?
I just thought maybe the neighbors would be making noise up front, but I could go out front and check.
Oh, are they making noise?
Well, it's 10:34. They're probably not.
Were they making noise?
Oh yeah. Well, I was out there earlier, and I heard the guy like kind of yelling at somebody to close the window. It wasn't like bad or anything. It's just I didn't really like his tone. But anyway, was that like so much noise that I wouldn't want to go out front? No, it wasn't. It wouldn't be
That's
loud,
enough.
but it was.
Sufficient.
It was a kind. It was a kind of noise I didn't like.
It's totally valid, and it's sufficient reason for me not to want to go out front. Hell no. Because you wouldn't speak like that to me.
I think he was talking to one of the kids.
Oh, hell no.
Well, he just said, "Close the damn window." Which it's not that bad, okay?
It's not that bad, but it's like that's not. We don't want to be. I don't want that energy.
No, I feel you.
Angry.
I kind of wish I hadn't told you.
No, it's okay. It's alright. Look, my parents, when they were fighting, they would be like, "Oh shit" and stuff. Like it happens. Like, but thank you for telling me why you'd rather go out back.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I need to bring this plug with me while we go back because I'm on low bat. Isn't it nice to see computer on our bed?
It is. I'm so glad.
But of course, we have to remember somebody listening to my tone last night would.
Yeah.
Would
That's
probably
true.
not think too highly.
I know. I get why. I just understand why you want to go back to the back because, like, I would rather go to the back too if there's going to be like loudness. Period.
Yeah. The difference between me and the neighbors is I'm loud like that every once in a while when a mushroom trip goes off the rails, but they're loud pretty consistently. I forgot about the bread.
You totally forgot about the bread?
I need to I'll start the preheating oven right now.
I thought that was like out there as a joke.
What do you mean?
I would have said something to you if I had known. I saw it in there.
Okay, so that's fine. It's risen a little longer than it needs to, or it would really be ideal, but let me just get this thing put into the bread pan and the loaf pan.
I'm sorry to get you like worried about like my attitude towards like the neighbors. I don't need to. I need to be informed about like what's going on, and like I'm not gonna do anything.
No, I'm not thinking you're gonna do anything. I don't want to like see you triggered into negative emotions because that's not fun, you know.
Of course, it's fine. You know, I've really been liking Fearin'. Is that it?
What? Oh, free rent.
Fearin', yeah.
You've been watching it, huh? This loaf is kind of wet, it seems like. Maybe I should put a little bit more flour on it. Just gonna make it a little less sticky.
Yeah.
That's better. I'm just trying to work this with this bit of flour into a nicely shaped loaf. Really just a nice, yeah. We want to make it as nice and meowing as possible. Okay, and just pat this until it becomes Pat Summerall. That's pretty patty cake, I'd say. Yeah, if you have little seams in it, then those turn into like structural deficiencies in the final loaf.
It's crazy how much it smells like alcohol.
Is it started to go sourdough already? Cool. Got a little sourdough.
I like sourdough.
Alright, I guess. Let me see if I can shape it into a proper loaf here. You know, you want it to be as like symmetrical as possible so it doesn't get all wonky shaped. Yeah, this is a process for me. I'm learning, hopefully, how to do this better. This seems like a pretty good shape right there. Still a little bit pointy at this end, you see.
Yeah, I do.
By no means perfect. Alright. Meow, 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 goes the trolley. Sometimes they do this on the top of the bread. Maybe that'll help. I wonder why they do that on top of the bread. Maybe it'll help. Alright, I think that's good enough. Now we just cover this with little, and this is not going to be good. we'll cover this with like.
Saran wrap?
No, because it was stuck to the top of the strap.
Oh.
I did something last time.
My grandma used to put a towel on it.
A towel, huh?
Uh-huh. We can have towels in the bottom drawer. Yeah, there you go.
That should be fine. Now this can rise into this, and it's not gonna stick so much to the paper towel as it would to the saran wrap. It may stick more to the paper towel than it would to an actual towel. I'm not sure about that. What do you think of the cream corn?
Delicious. What do you think?
I thought it was quite good, although I will say both potatoes and the creamed corn needed a little bit more salt, but
Salt, yeah.
I didn't bring it up to you because I was ready to sit down and eat.
That's okay.
Let me turn these lights on. And then I plug this in. Oh. Yeah, I'm so reminded of the song lyric about. Is this done? I'm sure that lyrics kind of got to resonate with everybody in the world to some extent.
Mm-hmm. It's part of life, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a beetle that I probably sipped on it.
It might be one of those cow killer ants. So I'm going to scoop it out.
Okay.
With a little thing.
Yeah. Ooh, it's chilly. You guys, it's chilly out. It's freaking cold.
There.
Nicely done.
Now I get my beverage. I'll be right back. You want to come inside while I get my beverage?
Yeah, is that okay?
Of course. You don't want to go outside. All right. So I'm heating up the coffee in the microwave, and then once I have that ready to go, smoke this cigarette, go back inside, and then I think we'll probably end the stream at that point.
What do you have planned after that?
I'm envisioning myself watching a cartoon maybe or two, and then probably going to bed.
Okay.
I got an 11 something appointment with Ingram tomorrow.
Okay.
So, got to do that. Then I've got a 3 o'clock appointment with Gyalt.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow's a bit of a busy day.
Yeah.
But hey, let's take a moment to enjoy the fact that the Athletics took 2 of 3 from the Rangers and now are in sole possession
Yes.
of first place in the
That's
AL West.
awesome.
However,
Yeah.
we've done such a great job of either experienced one time and thought otherwise, or maybe it's was before your time. But it seems like it used to be like the diet plate was cottage cheese and peaches.
I didn't know peaches specifically. I knew fruit. Like my mom always had like low fat cottage cheese around when she was watching her weight. Uh, and we always had canned peaches, but we were always told them how much sugar it had in it. So I didn't know that went together. I had no idea. But I can't wait to enjoy it now.
Yeah, I think you're gonna like it a lot. And those peaches, they were canned in fruit juice, not in syrup. So
Oh,
they're sweet, but they're not a ton. They're not like
they're not
they're not
like
added sugar.
Oh, really? We should get more. Would you like to get more like that? Cause like that's an easy way for us to have fruit around.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's kind of a lot of fruit for me to, a lot of sugar for
Oh,
me to be eating. But I don't know.
oh.
I just felt like eating those peaches.
Okay.
My original plan was broccoli. Then I remembered, oh right, we didn't get any broccoli because the broccoli looked so shitty.
Mhm. I forgot
And
about that too.
so I thought, well, what other vegetable could I do? I settled on what I thought was a can of corn niblets. It wasn't until I opened it I realized, oh, this is creamed corn.
Oh. Yeah, you have to definitely like. Yeah. Um. Can we get the peaches for me then?
Oh yeah, sure.
Sometimes I
No,
feel like,
I
cause
do
like my
want
blood sugar, I feel like sometimes is low and I get dizzy.
to. Okay, well, you eat plenty of sugar. It's not because,
Oh.
like, it may be the case that you get in, like, between meals, you get hungry and get low blood sugar, but
Okay.
low blood sugar doesn't necessarily mean you should eat something that's got sugar in it. It means that you need food, which gets converted into sugars.
I can have like some sweet stuff sometimes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, what I'm saying is, if that's your reasoning for getting peaches, then
No, I just like them.
yeah, that's fine. I like them too. I didn't even know we had peaches. I just looked in the pantry to see what other things I might make because we didn't have broccoli. And I also mistakenly thought we were going to have too few potatoes because we only had 4 potatoes.
Oh,
We actually
oh,
made quite a bit of mashed
yeah,
potatoes.
yeah. I love your mashed potatoes. They're delicious.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
They need a little bit more salt, but they're
That's
pretty
okay.
good. We didn't have any sauerkraut. I realized that's something we didn't get at the store.
Ah,
So I had to go with extra butter. There's a little bit of half and half in there and some cheese.
Okay.
to make up for the absence of sour cream.
It was good.
More like mashed potatoes, less like baked potatoes.
Yeah, I figured that
The
out.
sour cream makes it taste more like baked potatoes.
Yeah. I like to slather it on baked potatoes, that butter, and I don't know. I like chives,
Onions is good
cheese.
too.
Yeah, onions are good.
But I didn't feel like chopping any more stuff.
It's
So
okay. I appreciate that you cook. Like, I feel like I'm an inadequate wife because I don't cook.
I mean, have I ever expressed any desire
No,
for you
you
to cook?
haven't. You haven't. I do it to myself.
I like to cook when I like to cook. That's when I cook.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I really do.
These days, I'm finding the frozen dinners less palatable than I used to.
Yeah, I heard you say that. That's fine.
Yeah, they'll get eaten eventually. Sometimes my disinterest in my lack of interest in cooking um, means I will end up using those. But 'cause sometimes I don't feel like cooking, in which case I just make those frozen dinners.
Yeah, they're there.
But like I'm kind of realizing that I prefer to have like an extra container of cottage cheese and just like, okay, I'm hungry, I don't feel like cooking, I'll just eat 4 big spoonfuls of cottage cheese.
Wait, what?
I'm saying that if I don't feel like cooking, I think I might be happier if I were to just say, you get more cottage
Yeah.
cheese, and I, uh, instead of making a frozen dinner, I just ate like 4 big spoonfuls of cottage cheese.
You think that would fill you up?
Well, if it wouldn't, then maybe 6 or 7 big spoonfuls would. The point I'm saying is that if I'm gonna half-ass and not cook, I think there are preferable ways to do that than frozen dinners.
Mm-hmm. Sure. What about like, what goes good with cottage cheese?
Peaches.
I know, but you can't have
Well,
those.
I mean, I can look at the store and see if there's some
Sugar free.
expressly like low sugar,
Yeah.
sugar free
Yeah.
one. That one is like probably a halfway between syrup and like just peaches packed in water, I guess.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure
But
either.
it is 2026. You would think that there would be a sugar free or sugar low sugar option. So many people eat like that. So
Yeah,
many, yeah.
yeah. So, the other thing I wouldn't mind getting are canned pears too. Actually, it
Oh,
might have
they're
been.
good.
You know what? It might have been cottage cheese and pears that was the
Oh,
thing. But maybe sometimes it was peaches, sometimes it was pears.
I have no idea. Um, my mom is very like stingy with sugar, so we had like canned peaches and pears, but I was so afraid of like the sugar content or whatever. I would only eat it on like desperate attempts for sugar.
Mm. Hi, John from Manitoba. We're baking bread. Oh, that reminds me, the bread needs to go into the oven now. Boo, Eric, boo. Let's see how it's doing. Is it really ready to go into the oven yet? It's not seeming to rise very much anymore. I wonder if I let it rise too long the first time and now it's like messed up. Hmm. I'll put it here to rise some more in the heat. Hopefully it'll rise a little bit more. We'll give it a few more minutes to rise. Then I'll put it in the oven. I think I may have messed this one up by forgetting to stop the rising at the right time.
So I want to know what you think about this.
Okay.
So like, I've been watching Rerun, right?
You've been watching Hill Street Blues?
No.
Oh,
So I've been watching
Rerun, yeah.
Rerun, and so I've been like looking at fern stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and there's this website where you can like heart or heartbreak a character, so you judge a character, and she's got like more heartbreaks than she does hearts. I don't know
What
why.
does that mean exactly?
It means more dislikes than likes.
For
For
Fern?
Fern as a character, yeah.
I don't know why. I like Fern a lot.
I'm glad.
Thanks, Ruben. I appreciate your kindness.
Aw, thanks, Rubenar. That's good.
Airtight it for the yeast to flourish. Well, once you put it into the bread pan, it's a little more challenging to airtight it because if it rises to the top of the pan, then it gets stuck to the saran wrap. I probably could have done it this time because it doesn't seem to have much rise ability left in it. Anyway, once again, I failed to correctly bake a loaf of bread.
It's funny.
It's a struggle.
I'm sorry.
It's a war I'm having with this baking project.
You'll get it right.
Thanks, darling.
That's the whole point.
Sounds like you believe in crystal light.
Because I believe in you.
That's right. Yeah, but it's the Edison. It's that Edison thing.
What Edison
Oh.
thing?
Genius is 99% perspiration, 1% inspiration. Well, I don't really think my ceiling for baking is as high as genius, but I guess we'll find out.
You found yet another way to make something that is not correct bread.
Yes. Right.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what I mean too. Like, you know, so making mistakes that we thought we had learned from. It happens.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you don't fully, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's experimentation when it comes to cooking, in my mind. Especially, is bread like pastry or is that like cooking?
I mean, bread's baking.
Yeah.
Same as pastries.
Yeah,
And
like
baking is more like a science than an
chemistry.
art.
Yeah, my mom would always say that, like, baking always has more math in it, and is like you have to do it.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Well,
It's okay.
maybe next time.
Yeah.
But I can still cook this loaf. Might as well.
Yeah, we have jam and butter. And that's how I'm gonna have my bread.
Sounds good. I guess I'll put it in for 22 minutes, I think. It's a good amount of time. So, alright, I'm going to wrap this up. Thanks for being here. See you next time.
Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
You knew what I was waiting for.